Good morning. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, International Professional Engineer, Chartered Engineer, India, Bharat. And this is 29th April 2020, annual day of life, serious issues and professional issues, other issues in this talk. It's early morning, I know, but it's better to get up early morning and work in fresh environment rather than waiting for daylight to come. Better it is. This is certification by Institution of Engineers India under Royal Charter. Topic that is Institution of Engineers India, Royal Charter. This topic I am inclined to raise this issue before public of Bharat, India and world, because we people of India, Bharat, having solemnly resolved to constitute this nation Bharat, India into sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, so as to secure to its citizens justice, liberty, equality, social, economical and political justice, and liberty to think, to conceive, to write, to speak, to worship, and equality of status and opportunity, so that honor is given to its citizens, dignity is given to its citizens, equality is created, brotherhood is created, fraternity is created, integrity of nation is created. And that is what, according to our preambles in the Constitution, which were designed by each of our citizenship, and it was enacted by us, it was given to us by ourselves, it is adopted by every citizen of this country, and that is what we are. We are nation, one of great nations in the world, which nation moved itself forever on its own, on its potential, and that is what we are, our constitution mandates. It's very important to understand this constitution, and because once we understand this constitution, we understand everything. Unfortunately, we could not understand that, and my subject is the Institution of Engineers India, Royal Charter 1935, one of many institutions in this country. And this institution is having an objective, chartered objective for advancement and promotion and advancement both of engineering and engineering sciences, its applications, its business for this country and elsewhere. And that's what is defined engineering. Engineering is not defined in this charter as profession, but defined as business. Application of engineering sciences, engineering knowledge, and totality it comes to business of engineering, and business means it includes profession. Business includes every act of whatever we say, engineering, engineering production, engineering design, engineering commerce, and whatever else comes into this, industrialization, because this is based on industrialization issue. When Royal Commission was constituted for this purpose, to report to government what should be done to promote industrialization in this country before 1947, and that was somewhere in 1916 or 18. The Royal Commission was constituted by British government to discover, research what should be done. The report was that institution should be established for purpose of engineering, so that industrialization can be achieved, can be started, and what sole purpose. Industrialization is one issue that involves engineering, and engineering and industrialization are two proportional, directly proportional and not inversely proportional. If there is industrialization, this means because of engineering, and there is engineering because of industrialization. Industry, factory, real estate, construction, or whatever else, maintenance, production, all come under purview of engineering. It's a wide term. Basics are civil, electrical and mechanical. Basics, you can say, root engineering are civil, electrical and mechanical. That's fact. Other engineering are not directly related but supportive engineering like IT, like other engineering such as aerospace, electronics and whatever else. These do not directly apply to industry but apply in capacity as supportive disciplines or branches of engineering. Birthright engineering are civil, electrical, mechanical, because without civil nothing can be done, without mechanical civil cannot work, without electrical mechanical cannot work. So EME we call that electrical mechanical engineering, electromechanical engineering, and to support civil. Civil alone is inefficient, as well as others alone itself are nothing. So we have to keep that analysis into our minds while talking about engineering. We have to industrialize our nation. In those times when there was no industry here, hardly one or two industry, our four rulers never thought to move public into that direction, and we public missed, even no education was available. That's what I refer to constitution of this country, under which every act comes in, under which every law comes in, because this also a piece of law. This is now no more British law. This was British law that time because it was enacted by UK. British resigned, that was British. And now it's no more British, but title itself is there. That cannot be removed or could not be removed due to whatever reason. I don't know about that, but it's now a piece of Bharat India law. It's a part under constitution of this country. This is a fact. It's a part of existing law. It's a part of law that was neither abrogated nor amended except name of this country. Under Article 372 it was ignored. This means this was neither condemned nor removed nor obligated, and it's there as it is a part of existing law, which people may not realize. If you go through constitution of this country, Bharat India, you will find definition of existing law at many locations, and it's one of those laws. People are not aware because people are not directly involved in engineering. How many percent public, how many percent citizens go for engineering, and even if they go for engineering, they least bother about rules and laws where they find a defect, where they are considered defective in engineering and they suffer later on. But in senior positions, people do understand something. I'm not ignoring everything, I'm not condemning everybody, but if you understand law, you have to understand it's better in your interest and professional interest. Everybody suffers because lack of knowledge of law. A limited knowledge, like general knowledge, is very important if you live somewhere around the world. If you don't understand law, you will suffer, but law works all time, law is enforced all time. You respect that or you don't respect that, you accept that or you don't accept that, it doesn't make a difference. When you are trapped, you will really suffer. Now it's better to have little knowledge of law, or you can say awareness level knowledge of law. It's always important to get or keep in touch. And once you are educated, it's your fundamental duty to understand law, because you are not directly working alone, you work for others, with others, for others. It's everywhere. When you work on sites, your projects, the industry, you deal with many people, workers, resources, owners, clients, public, all. Therefore, public relation exists, your worker relations exist, your resources relation exists, and your owners relation exists. All relations exist because of that. So I say your fundamental duty to keep your enlightened, and if you don't keep light in your mind, certainly you will suffer. You can't stay in darkness forever. Just like you study your subjects in engineering or sciences, 35-40 subjects you study. You have passed your engineering, that's okay. It doesn't mean you are stopped study. It's part of your duty to upgrade yourself, which is happening around, technologically or non-technologically, or in general or current affairs. And if you have that little awareness, you can say you can deal with many problems we otherwise fail to deal. Just I would say, it means just if you take little interest in non-engineering talks and current affairs, that's what's happening here around here in court, what's happening around here in public, what's around in politics, what's around somewhere else, it shall benefit you. It's very important now. So I should say that my talk is related to that. And good morning, Mr. Mahendra, you're there, thank you very much. So I should say, I was talking about II charter. Yesterday I talked a lot about that. I shared with you certain records about definition of charter, definition of royal charter, definition of privy council, definition of powers of kings at that time, and how we can interpret this charter. And I talked about preambles, which are very important for every one of us. We may not be, but it's better to understand that for this purpose and also for all other purposes, because ultimately you are even if you do not know that, but you are there, your tax, you pay your hard-earned money to government and to revenue, so it is indirectly your responsibility. It's not responsibility of government and not responsibility of someone else. It is directly your responsibility as citizen of this country. This point, it's better if you understand as early as possible. And when you take this responsibility, you realize this responsibility, you should know about generality of our legal framework. I'm not stressing that you know everything, but at least you know what is required, what is constitution, what is law related to your profession, what is law related to your home, like that, which can impact you otherwise. Recent example, I am going to talk to II, but I'm just giving certain examples for your clarification. Now COVID-19 is in work, and we have seen crores of our workers, our engineering power, you can say industrial power. I call them power because they are workers. I don't call industrialist power. I don't call factory owners power. I don't call government of this country power. I don't call Supreme Court power, but I call these workers power, because without them our industries cannot move, our factories cannot work, and we cannot do anything. There is no need to prove that. Already it's proved that without hands, without minds, without potential, without energy, we cannot do anything. And this is our energy, this resource, workers, human resources we call them. These are very significant for every country, and much and more significant for our country, because we are not exclusively and totally based on mechanical application, but based on human resources application. These themselves are not very well educated, but work-wise they are very well educated. They know their job, they know how to work with hands, how to work with machines, and if they stop working, nothing can move. That's also a fact of life. Because they work hard, these people who are richest get more riches, but they get only their salaries, and that too also under pressure that somebody is obliging on them. It happened recently very badly. I am realistically very sad for that, and I am very sad for all citizens, because they did not take any interest in that. They should have expressed their humanity towards these people, but exception with few NGOs, nobody took interest, and those industrialists and owners ignored their people, and they are really very, very bad. And that's why I'm also talking about them, because without them we cannot move. They are related to engineering, they are related to development, they are related to production, and if they are not there, we cannot do anything. We should keep this in our mind. When, in particular, when we belong to engineering community, it is our basic religion to think for them. Otherwise, we cheat ourselves. No engineer can work if these people do not work. No industry can work if these people don't work. Government can do nothing if this were, and what about others? Forget them all. It is shame on community of engineering. It is shame on community of working class, middle class, that they ignored these people. Unfortunately, you did not ignore these people, you ignored God. You ignored Vishwakarma. In fact is that you all jointly committed a sin to throw these people into fire. You do not know what they are. They are around 50% of population. These people, and you consider them as milking animal or donkeys. You consider them like that. Let them, leave them to their own luck. And our government thinks 500 rupees justified for them. Another insult to these people. Regretfully saying today, what government we have, what public we have, they are not human beings in fact. If you cannot respect those who work for you, you are not human being. They work for you. Of course they charge money, but that money is not much. If you compare this money to money in other countries, you will find a lot of difference. You are fortunate you are born in this country and you are getting this working class so cheap, and then you are throwing them to fire without even thinking for them. What else do you want? You are cruel? You are sinner? Of course we are sinner, all are sinners. If you can't respect poor, just imagine if this force is not available in our country. Can you have your house built? Can you have your bungalow built? Can you have your industrial factories built? You can never have that. It's because of these construction workers, because of these industrial workers, these factory workers, all these organized or freelancing, whatever they are. You cannot do a single act. That is your weakness. Not only your weakness, this is your stupidity that you ignore them. You ignore them like if they are lower than beggar. And government, forget government. I don't want to talk about government, because there is no government for me as a person I am concerned. There is no executive, there is no working government in this country currently. It's only talking, promising, nonsense government, nothing else. I am not talking to politics in this case. But when your heart burns, when your mind burns, you cannot stop in a scenario when crowds poor are affected. No rich is affected, only poor are affected. So it's very burning issue for me, because I know if they are not there, I can't do anything. If they are not there, you can't do anything. Because of this lockdown, you see people are inside, everything is now on hold. Are they moving themselves? They are not moving themselves. No bus is moving, no train is nothing moving. This means human relation is more important than your aeroplane, than your metro, than your train, than your car. Human relation always weighs higher, and this is a lesson God is teaching you if you want to take that lesson, to receive that lesson. Institution of Engineers India, as I usually in this talk say, related to Constitution of India, because this institution was granted a royal charter in 1935 after it was established in 1920. A power of royal charter, you know, we are talking of. And we also talked of what is this royal charter, what does it mean. This was in those times awarded to those bodies or institutions or educational or professional bodies which had their own funding, which was self-sufficient, which used to have 5,000 or more members, and which members 75% were having first degree at least, and they did not depend upon government or state for funding. They were intellectual class, and because intellectual class had its own problems, technical problems, other problems, intellectual problems, so state never wanted to interfere in that. They used to grant certain powers to them through these royal charters, through these royal rights, because kings had always rights, kings or queens, according to their prerogative and per their own powers. They used to grant such constitutional status to such professional bodies. Still it's done. In our country, there is no such provision in constitution regarding charters, because in law program, in LLB syllabus, if you see that syllabus, you shall not find any part of that syllabus containing royal charter or charter. So our advocates who are new, who are not very senior, they are not aware of charter system. But irrespective of they are not aware, charter used to exist. We have many charters in this country. 1833, our law ministry got a charter first time. Our Bombay Court, Allahabad Court, Kolkata Court, Madras Court, all were given, all were awarded royal charters or letters patent, you can say. LETTR, letters patent, which is open letter in public, opposite to closed letters, sealed letters or envelope letters. Letter patents, this is all contents of our charter is letters patent, means only this is unique institution. There can be no second institution in same name but with different names. So there are institutions, many institutions in this country, hundreds of institutions, but they are all based on registration under Societies Act. Societies Act 1860, which is associations actually. Like that, they are all societies and associations, and they are not statutory bodies or constitutional bodies. Initially, the Institution of Engineers India, established in 1920, was registered under Companies Act, means it's on same pattern at that time. In those days, it was a company, or you may say equivalent to association or society. So at that time, it was not that much higher profile institution, though it was created by government of that time. But later on in 1935, President of this institution, Russell, applied for grant of royal charters because this institution satisfied all those conditions required for eligibility of issue of that charter, royal charter, and he got it done with draft of Charter Act S, and that charter is today applicable, it's in force. And that charter we will discuss. Already we have discussed about others, what charter is, how it was generated, what is 1600 East India Company Charter, and what are many other charters. And there are so many charters. I have gone through various charters and I cannot bring them to this discussion because those are all only for record, and those explanation is what will be the charter that we have to understand. Charter, if you open dictionary and see meaning of charter, you will understand it's a written grants of rights by sovereign. Sovereign means ruler or king or government or whatever, something given to you, some power given to you, some rights given to you in writing. That's called charter. And since it's a royal charter, means it's a right given by king for king, means, and in fact when say royal means actually now it's not royal, it's a state, it's the republic, sovereign, it is president, it is constitution, it is parliament, whatever you can say. This charter comes from that, just like all other acts, laws come from that. So you may call it as a public charter, you may call it as a union charter, you may call it as president charter, you may call it parliament charter, whatever way you can interpret that, but title is still is Royal Charter of Institution of Engineers India, and no one has changed that till now. But it's not a mistake, it's not changed, the meaning is same, just like British India was before 1947, it was changed to India. Same thing, it automatically understood because we are not under regime of UK now, we have our independent sovereign republic regime, so it's that one. I just want to give explanation because everybody must understand what I am talking about. And of course I am talking in English because it's sometimes easy to express in English, it's sometimes very difficult to express in Hindi, but of course I'll tell within sandwich of this I'll do a little translation of Hindi ट्रांसलेशन टू हिंदी, यह है भारत का चार्टर, भारत के इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स का भारत का चार्टर जो दिया गया था 1935 में अंग्रेज के सरकार के द्वारा, उनकी डिमांड पे इंस्टीट्यूशन की कि हमें एक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशन चाहिए जो कि रॉयल कमीशन ने सजेस्ट कहा था, रिकमेंड कहा था कि इस देश का औद्योगिकरण हो सके। औद्योगिकरण का मतलब इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हो सके, कि उस समय इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन की औद्योगिकरण की जरूरत थी। उसके लिए उस टाइम कोई संस्था नहीं थी भारत में जो ऐसा काम कर सकती थी, इसलिए भारत सरकार ने उस टाइम एक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाने का सोचा। उस उनके रिकमेंडेशन पे रॉयल कमीशन की एक इंडस्ट्री हो जाए, चल जाए देश में, उसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए। तो एक पहला स्टेप था जिसमें कहा गया था कि एक संस्थान ऐसा बनाया जाए जिसको इंजीनियरिंग का संस्थान कहा जाए, और वो इंजीनियरिंग को डेवलप करे, उसको आगे बढ़ाए, इंजीनियर्स को आगे बढ़ाए, इंजीनियरिंग को आगे बढ़ाए, देश के अंदर इंडस्ट्री खोले, सब कुछ ऐसा हो। उसके लिए ये इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स खोला गया। उस टाइम यहाँ कोई शिक्षा नहीं देता था, एक मेंबरशिप होती थी, सदस्य बनते थे और वो चलाते थे इंस्टीट्यूशन को। पूरा एक प्राइवेट फंडिंग थी, सब पब्लिक की फंडिंग थी, सब मेंबर्स जो भी सदस्य थे उनकी फंडिंग होती थी। उस टाइम ये मेंबर वगैरह होते थे इंस्टीट्यूशन में। 1928 से उन्होंने एग्ज़ाम वगैरह लेने शुरू किया, आगे पढ़ाई करने के। हिस्ट्री आप जाएंगे इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया की वेबसाइट पे तो आपको सारी डिटेल मिलेगी, मैं यहाँ बताने की जरूरत नहीं समझता, आप उसको पढ़ सकते हैं। उसके बाद ये इंस्टीट्यूशन चलता रहा और 1935 में इन्होंने वो कंडीशंस को, शर्तों को पूरा किया जो चाहिए थी ग्रांट चार्टर के लिए, जो अधिकार पत्र कह सकते हैं, राजपत्र कह सकते हैं। चार्टर का मतलब राजपत्र भी होता है। तो उस राजपत्र को प्राप्त करने के लिए जो कंडीशंस थी, जिसमें कहा जाता था कि आप सेल्फ फाइनेंसिंग होंगी, गवर्नमेंट कोई फाइनेंस नहीं करेगी, आपके 5000 सदस्य होने जरूरी हैं और 75% सदस्यों के पास होना जरूरी है, पहली डिग्री उस व्यवसाय की, जिसके लिए चार्टर, और ये व्यवसाय के लिए मिलता था, ये कोई चलती फिरती चीज़ नहीं। यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को मिलता था, इंस्टीट्यूशन को मिलता था, और ऐसे लोग चर्चों को मिलता था, उनको मिलता था जहाँ इंटेलेक्चुअल की ज़रूरत है, जहाँ प्रोफेशन की ज़रूरत है। इसलिए ये इंस्टीट्यूशन भी उसी में आता था। और भी बहुत इंस्टीट्यूशन थे, इंग्लैंड में बहुत थे, तो क्योंकि उस टाइम एक्ट वगैरह कम चलते थे, यही ज़्यादा चलते थे। तो चार्टर एक्सचेंज जिसको राजा खुद साइन करता था, तो ज़्यादा पावर का माना जाता था। ये पार्लियामेंट से पास नहीं हो के आया था, ये राजा ने खुद पास किया था, प्रीवी काउंसिल की रिकमेंडेशन पे, सजेशन पे। तो इसमें दो चीज़ें इन्वॉल्व थी, एक ऑर्डर इन काउंसिल है। ऑर्डर इन काउंसिल का मतलब होता है प्राइमरी एक्ट है ये, और उसके बाद सजेशन और रिकमेंडेशन था, उसका एडवाइस थी उसकी प्रीवी काउंसिल की, जिसको हम कहते हैं आपकी स्टैच्यूटरी एडवाइस, मतलब नियम के द्वारा एडवाइस। और फिर ये ऊपर बना संवैधानिक रॉयल चार्टर, संवैधानिक आप कह सकते हैं, अब बोलना मुश्किल होता है, मीन्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी आप कह सकते हैं इसको। ये चार्टर जो मिला, ये बहुत लंबा चौड़ा डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ अधिकार देता है इंजीनियर्स को, जो इंजीनियर्स को समझने चाहिए। और एक खेल नहीं है बच्चों का जो हम हंसी मजाक में ले लें। इट्स नॉट चिल्ड्रन प्ले, इट गिव्स every member of engineering institution of engineers India a power to promote this charter in profession, to work for public good, to work for national good, to work for industrial good, and to do justice with everyone in engineering, to support everyone, to teach everyone, and to train those who are not trained, to uplift all them, and you can say to deal with contracts, to constitute contract forms with complete honesty and justice, to deal with everyone with justice, and then to designate one self or member self in title and name, that's Chartered Engineer India, Chartered Engineer bracket India, and also to use titles of membership like fellow member or associate member, and there are so many other membership cadres. These are main attraction of this charter. And certificate of competency is major part that council of this institution issues after testing candidates. And this charter of competency means, you can say, issue of membership certificate, issue of chartered engineer certificate, issue of pass in section A and section B certificate. So that competency of section A and section B grants you equivalence or comparison to engineering first degree. So there are so many provisions in this charter, as I explained to you before, that first of all, this is the constitution of Institution of Engineers, not registration. This charter is not registration of institution either under Companies Act or under Associations Act or Societies Act 1860, but it is a constitution in itself, and after its constitution there is no meaning left for association or of some other society. Society relation extinguishes there. Only relation left is union or to constitution, that this is a chartered body, this is a law of land as far as engineering is concerned, as far as engineers are concerned. This is a warrant in itself, warrant issued by king in capacity as a judge. This is kind of chartered warrant, you may call it judicial warrant, you may call it constitutional warrant, whatever you can say. This is that piece of law which grants rights to institution as a body, to members as engineers, and institution as a body to issue certificates of competency after conducting tests of those candidates who have been working in engineering or getting further education. This is overall you can say definition, overall structure, overall beauty of this document. This is not very long document, very short document, but this is very much important for development of this nation. Once there was a time that there was no institution of standards, you can say no ISA, Indian standards, and this body, Institute of Engineers, used to you can say codify our standards, our quality system, and also this institution once used to grant or approve degrees issued by various universities and colleges or institutions. Hence, if you go to see history of the institution, you will find a lot, because this was used as a professional body, top professional body of country, and that too under charter. There is no other institution in this country, in our country, there is no other institution which is on same pattern as this is. There are many institutions, Institute of Mechanical Engineers, Institute of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineers, Institute of Electrical, all that. There are so many institutions, nobody can deny that. But all those institutions are societies. They are registered under Societies Act. No one is registered, no one is having any charter. No one is having any charter. This is a public institution, not a government institution. This is a public body which is enjoying status of statutory and constitutional body. Statute in the sense that it's not Parliament Act, but it is King's Act. It's King's Act, which is much above the Parliament Act. It's an act of primary law because it was based on advice or recommendation of Privy Council, which means top body of that time. So I don't understand reason behind thousands of engineers in this country who have a degree of grudge with this institution, because it's neither mine nor yours. It's a national body for certain purpose, and I am sure Council of Institutions are also not clear for everything or for every act. They are having those, they are temporary bodies. Every year council is changed, new council takes in, enters in, but they are all members. They are not ex officio. They are members of institution like fellow and members and others. But they have done too much, the institution has too much in seminars, in conducting seminars, issuing journals, interactions and congresses. That's okay. That's one part of communication, dissemination of engineering developments, information. That's very much important. And they have also promoted engineering education in capacity of section A and section B examinations. which up to 2013 was post that there was a problem issue with Washington Accord, which we are not been able to comply with that accord, Washington Accord latest one. But that is out of this talk, out of this session. My purpose is confined to Institution of Engineers Charter meaning explanations. I'm not only talking, I'll show you now exclusively what this charter language says, which is very important, because if you don't analyze something, you cannot be called engineer. My term of engineer is different. Engineer is top analyst. If you cannot analyze, nobody can call you engineer, because engineer means a purpose-based person who can solve problems. You can solve problems only if you know problem, and you can know problem only when you understand problem. If you cannot understand problem, I don't understand how can you solve it. So problem understanding is first part, and how to understand problem, method is analysis, procedure is analysis. Whatever problem in world you face, you have to study that problem piece by piece. You have to break all problems into pieces and understand each piece. And if you understand each piece, you can answer to that question or to the query raised by that piece. And when you answer all queries, you can combine them, and that is answer. So problem solving is analytical based. You have to understand where problem is, and that analysis is very important in engineering profession. In whatever engineering profession, in whatever engineering branch, it applies. And those people who do not understand analysis or analytical approach, those people can never be professional engineers. Even they have titles. If they cannot do analysis, they are useless. They can never succeed. They can be layman engineer, they can be foreman engineer, but they can never be real engineer, because engineer means think and do, plan, do, check and act. This is engineering. Plan, do, check, act. It may be production, it may be designs, it may be maintenance, or whatever else. Everywhere, intellect demands analysis and joining all analysis, that means assembly of results, which is synthesis. These 2 points we must explicitly understand prior to understanding something else. Once mind is developed by engineering education, it doesn't need any further degrees. It needs use of mind. Whatever feedback has been inculcated into your mind, you have to extract that out for every problem and understand it and solve it. You should have patience, you should be tolerant, you should be dynamite. Only then you can do. Dynamite doesn't mean explosive dynamite. Dynamite means mentally dynamite. That dynamite is requirement, otherwise you fail in your approach. So it's my actually personal choice. I thought that I submit to public this document with complete explanations based on deliberations. It's very important to understand each section or clause or article of whatever statute or act you have and link them together and link them to required national documents. That's more important. Blank understanding got no meaning. There may be redundant clauses or articles somewhere which must be properly understood. And if really these are redundant, this should be removed. Redundant means not required, surplus. But if these do relate, this must be properly used. But that can be done only by knowledge and experience and application, spatial application. So this document that I call Charter, Royal Charter Explanation, I have one, I can say here, file with me, and that file is regarding this charter. This is PowerPoint presentation, and this is also available on this video's text. If you see this text at end, if this text, there is one you can say URL I have given in this text, one URL, and that URL is written at somewhere which is on script.com, that script.com, and that URL is about this one, that is script.com /presentation, and number is there, IEI presentation Royal Charter 1935, a talk. This is already there given in this text. This is another one for FIDIC, and there are so many others like Annex SL and Annex SL all files, which is SL. There's Annex SL buildings and designs and construction, etc., etc. All they are given there, and also previous videos already published those URL. So when you finish, you can download now that one, because I cannot directly show you that from here except through my mobile. And what I will speak and show you the slides, what's written on the slides, and before that I'll show you what I'm talking about, that PowerPoint presentation, which I'll show you in meanwhile. In between we start talking, because I'm going to start now, and that is an important point. But let me show you what is that charter presentation. Let me find, because there are, I don't remember exactly in which is in phone or it's mobile. Let me see, where is it? No, some download, sorry. Don't download here, it's documents. It's charter in your talk. Yes, it's there. So I presentation Royal Charter 1935. Yes, this is here. Okay. Before now, I just show you this now here. That this is that file. Basically, I should put mobile this way. A minute, yes. Engineering practice, अभियांत्रिक कर्म और कर्म to call it, प्रोफेशनल स्टेटस इन व्यावसायिक हैसियत, इंडिया भारत, टॉक एक वार्ता, टॉक इन रेफरेंस एक वार्ता, रोल ऑफ कार्य संबंधित, चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर इंडिया, राजपत्रित अभियंता भारत. This is first slide. This was actually composed long back. I think maybe 8 years back, because somebody wanted explanation. One of my friends from Bhopal, engineer Ashok Manhar, that engineer wanted to talk about this with his friends. That time I prepared for him this explanation, this submission. This is engineering practice regarding II Charter, and this I am going to talk to you about, and I'll show you another slide before, just for reference purpose, so that you know what I'm talking about. This is here another second slide. This is giving certain clarifications about what I'm talking of, and similarly there are, I think there are what happened, I just don't know. 97 slides are there. 97, yes. This 97 slides are there. This is slide number 3. This is slide number 3, chapters included in this talk. This is giving that. I'm just showing you briefly few, and then I'll jump over to that and show again, because if you download from script, you will have directly in your present, your front, so no need of this. So I'll now go to talk of this and show you one by one later on. First is important is that you should know this. So if you download is better, I think you'll save your time and my time. So now I'm jumping on to open this file, and this is your slide number 1. As I said, this is engineering practice, Abhiyantrik professional status in Vyavasayik Haisiyat, India Bharat. A talk on in relevance to Ek Varta, role of Karya Sambandhit, Chartered Engineer India, Rajpatri Abhinta Bharat. This is slide 1. Okay. So there's nothing to explain in this title only. Let us go to the next one, and that's number 2, and it is number 2. This is, I have to take my spect. It's forward. Number 1, this is engineering. Number 1 is engineering, and there are 15 explanations on this slide. Number 1 is engineering. Term is very widely used without elaborating any bound. And 2, development of world has been continuing for long centuries, millennium. 3, when this term engineering did not exist, development then also continued. 4, examples are development during Ramayana and Mahabharata era. Number 5, Shri Vishwakarma has been understood spiritually to be first maker for development. Number 6, engineering has started its birth only due to considerable degree of science, of scientific evolution and values derived from state-of-art applied sciences. 7, systems existed prior to understanding by human being due to fact that nature is perfect engineer, perfect designer and perfect architect and perfect doctor. 8, it's not easy to understand what nature declares, since nature works on complete and perfect designs, which preliminarily cannot be conceived by human being. 9, architecture is described as an art to bring onto paper minds and souls' imaginations. 10, engineering is understood to be a combination of arts and science, since it radiates globally, drawing its spectrum from all applied sciences fields. 11, applied science brings in an extremely significant systems-based devised wood into further broader world of engineering. 12, engineering cannot be worked out without involving applied sciences to deliver products. 13, therefore, it's too formal only to constitute engineering into a term profession, since profession term is limited to an extent its virtual applications are concerned. As a part of an art, what an engineer thinks is of engineering profession, since engineering is based upon systems only, while imagination being necessary for creation of art cannot be proven. 15. It's for deliberation purpose only valid that engineering requires to be defined within ambit of law, so that works may be carried out under defined, safe and sustainable controls. I'll speak little in Hindi also because it's for all. एक इंजीनियरिंग जिसको हम अभियांत्रिकी कहते हैं, एक बहुत इस्तेमाल की जाने वाली, बहुत प्रयोग में लाई जाने वाली टर्म है, और इसकी कोई लिमिट नहीं है, कोई हद नहीं है कि ये कहाँ तक इसको बताया जाए। इंजीनियरिंग तो इंजीनियरिंग है, सब जगह लगती है, सब जगह इस्तेमाल होती है। यहाँ तक कि आजकल तो सोशल इंजीनियरिंग भी कहा दिया जाता है। मतलब कुछ भी करा जाए वो इंजीनियरिंग ही तो है। आप चाहे खेती करें, एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग में आती है, एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग में आप जानते हैं सब। तो ये एक ऐसी टर्म है जिसका डिफाइन करना बहुत मुश्किल है, इसको परिभाषित करना बहुत मुश्किल है, इसलिए वाइड यूज टर्म हम कह सकते हैं। इसके बाद है डेवलपमेंट ऑफ वर्ल्ड हैज़ बीन कंटिन्यूइंग फॉर लॉन्ग सेंचुरीज एंड मिलेनियम्स। वी ऑल नो, हमको सबको पता है कि विश्व का जो विकास हो रहा है पूरी दुनिया में आज से नहीं हो रहा है, वो जैसा भी हो रहा है सदियों से हो रहा है और हजारों सालों से हो रहा है, कोई नई बात नहीं है इसमें। When this term engineering did not exist, development then also continued। सही बात है, जब ये शब्द था ही नहीं, इंजीनियरिंग क्या भला है, विकास तो तब भी हो रहे थे, लगातार हो रहे थे, इतिहास बताता है। तो इस बात पे कोई आश्चर्य नहीं करना चाहिए। फिर है एग्जाम्पल्स आर डेवलपमेंट ड्यूरिंग रामायण एंड महाभारत ईरा। आप सब जानते हैं राम के समय में, रामायण के समय भी मकान थे, महल थे, उस समय भी बहुत कुछ था, खेती थी। महाभारत के समय में भी था, यहाँ तक कि रामायण में तो लंका भी थी, आग लगाई गई थी, और महाभारत में भी कोई मकान को जलाया गया था। तो उस समय भी ये सब था, कहीं ना कहीं इंजीनियरिंग थी। ये तो कहा ही नहीं जा सकता कि नहीं थी और अच्छी प्रकार रही होगी, हम सिर्फ बता रहे हैं। विश्वकर्मा जी, श्री भगवान विश्वकर्मा कह लीजिए, देव विश्वकर्मा कह लीजिए, हैज़ बीन अंडरस्टूड स्पिरिचुअली, आत्मिक रूप से हम उनको समझ चुके हैं, समझते हैं, जो विकास के पहले अधिकारी हैं, जो विकास करते हैं, जिसके बिना सोचा भी नहीं जा सकता कि विकास क्या है। इसके बाद इंजीनियरिंग हैज़ स्टार्टेड इट्स बर्थ ओनली ड्यू टू कंसिडरेबल डिग्री ऑफ साइंटिफिक एवोल्यूशन एंड वैल्यूज ड्राइव्ड फ्रॉम स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट अप्लाइड साइंसेस। जो इंजीनियरिंग का जन्म हुआ है, हो चुका है, विज्ञान के हिसाब से हो चुका है। कितना विज्ञान आगे बढ़ेगा, कितना बढ़ चुका है, उसी के हिसाब से इंजीनियरिंग चलती है और चल रही है। अगर विज्ञान नहीं आगे तो इंजीनियरिंग में नहीं आगे, क्योंकि इंजीनियरिंग अपने आप में कुछ नहीं, एक कार्यकारी विज्ञान है। जो फार्मूले हम बनाएंगे, वैज्ञानिक फार्मूलों को प्रयोग में लाकर उन्हीं को इंजीनियरिंग में कन्वर्ट किया जाता है कार्य करके। यही विज्ञान चलता है, विज्ञान इस तरह बढ़ता है और बढ़ता जाता है। और आज जो हम कहते हैं स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट अप्लाइड साइंसेस, कार्यरत विज्ञान जितना भी आगे बढ़ता है, बढ़ता रहता है, हर दिन बढ़ता है, उसी के हिसाब से इंजीनियरिंग आगे बढ़ती है, क्योंकि इंजीनियरिंग कभी ख़त्म नहीं हो सकती। अगर आज विज्ञान ना भी रहे तो जितनी इंजीनियरिंग है वो तो चल रही है, चलती रहेगी। दिमाग जो काम करता है वो करता रहेगा, रुकेगा नहीं। ठीक है, साइंस के होने से सिस्टम समझा जाता है, विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि सिस्टम कैसे काम कर रहा है। विज्ञान अपने आप में कुछ नहीं है अगर सिस्टम नहीं है तो। सिस्टम्स एग्जिस्टेड प्रायर टू अंडरस्टैंडिंग बाय ह्यूमन बीइंग ड्यू टू फैक्ट दैट नेचर इज परफेक्ट इंजीनियर, परफेक्ट डिजाइनर, परफेक्ट आर्किटेक्ट एंड परफेक्ट डॉक्टर। ये जो आज सिस्टम है, जिसको हम सिस्टम कहते हैं या क्या कहना चाहिए हिंदी में, जो भी हो, मैकेनिज्म कह लीजिए, कुछ भी कह लीजिए, जैसे कंप्यूटर सिस्टम है, मशीन कह लीजिए आप सिस्टम की बजाय। मशीन तो पहले भी थी, जब शायद मानव समझा ही नहीं था तब भी थी, क्योंकि प्रकृति अपने आप में एक इंजीनियर है, एक अभियंता है, विशारद है, एक डिज़ाइन करने वाला है, परफेक्ट संपूर्ण डिज़ाइनर है, एक वास्तु विद्या वाला है, वास्तुकार है, और एक चिकित्सक है। ये प्रकृति अपने आप में ऐसी है। हम माने इस बात को या ना माने, सच तो यही है। Systems existed prior to understanding by human being due to fact that nature is perfect engineer, perfect designer, perfect architect and perfect doctor. सिस्टम तो आज आए हैं, समझ से पहले भी रहे होंगे, हम जानते नहीं होंगे, रहे थे। सिस्टम तो हमारा दिमाग भी है, और प्रकृति एक संपूर्ण रूप से अभियंता है, संपूर्ण रूप से एक डिज़ाइनर है, संपूर्ण रूप से एक वास्तु है, वास्तुकार है, और एक चिकित्सक है। ये बात हमको अपने घमंड से पहले समझ लेनी चाहिए। अपने बहुत घमंडी हो जाते हैं हम लोग पढ़ के, मेरे पास पीएचडी है, मेरा पोस्ट डॉक्टरल है, मेरे पास ये है, मेरे पास वो है। सच पूछें तो आप प्रकृति के सामने बहुत छोटे नज़र आते हैं, क्योंकि जिसने आपको बनाया है उसको ही आप चेतावनी देना चाहते हैं। अपने घमंड अहंकार के सामने, इन प्रेजेंस ऑफ योर प्राइड, योर हायर डिग्री ऑफ थॉट, फेक थॉट्स, you start comparing yourself to nature, and which comparison is invalid in fact. But because you are a human being, you have that tendency, but you forget that you are also a very small part of nature, very, very, very tiny part of nature. Well, come on to next one. It's not easy. It's not easy to understand what nature declares. आसान नहीं है जानना, समझ ही नहीं सकते आप आखिर प्रकृति कहती क्या है। इट्स नॉट इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट नेचर डिक्लेयर्स, सिंस नेचर वर्क्स ऑन कंप्लीट एंड परफेक्ट डिजाइन्स। आप जानते होंगे कि काम कैसे करती है प्रकृति। एक छोटी चीज लेके नहीं चलती हमारी तरफ, वो पक्का मजबूत और पूरा का पूरा डिज़ाइन करती है। डिज़ाइन को हिंदी में क्या कहते हैं मैं नहीं जान पा रहा हूँ, जब आएगा देखने में। एक पक्का डिज़ाइन करती है पूरे सिस्टम का, कोई छोटा डिज़ाइन नहीं करती, एक एक पार्ट्स का डिज़ाइन नहीं करती है। विच प्रिलिमिनरी कैन नॉट बी कंसीव्ड बाई ह्यूमन बीइंग। मानव में तो वो शक्ति है ही नहीं, यही समझ पाए कि प्रकृति कैसे काम करती है। एक छोटा छोटा हिस्सा समझते हैं हम चाहे वैज्ञानिक हो, इंजीनियर हो, डॉक्टर हो, साइंटिस्ट हो, कोई भी क्यों ना हो। वी जस्ट ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड नेचर इन पीसेस, एंड इन पीसेस नेचर कैन नॉट बी अंडरस्टूड। वी हैव टू बी वेरी क्लियर अबाउट दैट। बट इट सेज इट्स नॉट ईजी टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट नेचर डिक्लेयर्स, सिंस नेचर वर्क्स ऑन कंप्लीट एंड परफेक्ट डिजाइन्स which preliminary cannot be conceived by human beings. This is a fact of life. Example is, we can take example of Earth. It's on where we are staying. We are not. I'm not talking of Jupiter, not of Sun, not of somewhere else, Saturn, I'm talking on planet on which we are staying. Do we understand that? Earth. Earth, lithosphere, or Earth, aerospace, aerosphere. We do not understand that as well. It's very small part of nature. If you say Earth, Earth, you can say solid part of Earth, continental and water part of Earth. That's this lithosphere, we call that in English, and aerospace means air part of what a volume of Earth, and we combine these two, lithosphere plus aerosphere, it equals Earth. So, do we understand what lithosphere is, what Earth is? We do not, in fact. We have not gone through that depth. Though it's very small part of nature, it's only 12,500 kilometer ball, spherical ball, but we do not understand very well. We can't understand that. Maybe sometime in future we can understand that, but now no. अभी तक हम नहीं समझ पाए कि पृथ्वी आखिर है क्या. अभी भी मैं कुछ लोगों से बात करता हूँ, वही पढ़े लिखे लोग भी अनपढ़ वाली बात कर देते हैं. अरे भाई पाताल है. कभी कभी बात हो जाती है लोगों से, मैं हिंदी में बात कर रहा हूँ. Sometime I talk to people about what about Earth. They say yes, and there's a patal. I asked many educated, what's that patal? Yeah, somebody told me there's water here around. Earth is in water. Well, show me where water is. You see, there's a sky here, is water. Because they, whatever is told, they just speak same without even thinking what they are speaking. सोचते नहीं हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं. अरे भाई पताल, where is patal? Tell me. They look at my way. You argue too much. It's not question of argument. It's question of logic. Where is patal? Oh, it's in. Somebody says it's in sea. Well, show me sea. Where is that? Means whatever is told in epics of whatever religious epics, you just believe that without anything. It's called imagination. You are imagining something which doesn't exist. There is no patal. It's water body. And somebody says Earth is within sea. Somebody said to me that Earth is within sea. अरे भाई, I'm surprised. अर्थ समुद्र में कहाँ है? समुद्र अर्थ में है. आप सोचिए जरा, अर्थ समुद्र में है कि समुद्र अर्थ में है? Can't you understand that? समुद्र में अर्थ है या अर्थ में समुद्र है? बोलिए. Some people only talk imagination. They live in imaginary world. We see there is earth, there is a system. Earth is this sphere which has water body, which has air body, and sun is helping it. This is earth. Sky is surrounding it. Can't we see this? Can't we understand this? Till today, we do not exactly know what is crust. We say up to 35 kilometer you go, it's called crust. Yes, human has given name. Earth crust is up to 35 kilometer. Sea is up to 4 kilometer. Ocean is up to 10 kilometers. Just imagine. What about below? We do not know. I will take it later on. I'm just going to translate this now. It's not easy to understand, so we have done that. Now come on to that. It's not easy to understand what nature declares, since nature works on complete and perfect designs which preliminary cannot be considered by human beings. So we have just talked this. Nature अपने हिसाब से काम करता है. वो क्या बोलता है हम नहीं समझते, क्योंकि उसकी आवाज़ नहीं होती, उसके एक्शन होते हैं, उसके रिजल्ट होते हैं. नेचर just works in actions and results. It does not work in speech. It doesn't show its face. It just acts in form of earthquake, or in form of tornado, or in form of cyclone, or in form of whatever is happening now in COVID-19. So it's something different. We cannot understand. Human cannot understand what nature is. It's not that easy to understand, because nature is nature and human is human. The human is a part of nature, but human keeps isolated from nature, and that's the problem. We are not with nature. We talk of Vastu, but we don't understand Vastu, because Vastu is nothing. If you follow nature, Vastu applies, otherwise not at all. Next is architecture is described as an art, very true, to bring on to paper minds and souls, imaginations. So architecture is nothing but imagination. If you imagine something, a child, a baby imagines something and makes a drawing. Same thing, you make something, make a drawing. This is imagination. You are talking some poem, you are writing some story which you do not have never seen, but you write that one. That's all imagination. You dream itself is an imagination, so it's nothing very specific. So, but we are professionals. We convert that imagination into real world, into physical world, and that's our job. So, this is architecture is described as an art to bring onto paper minds and souls imagination, and this is not architecture alone, this is structure also, because we imagine a structure too, and that's also, you can say, we bring that structure into paper, into mind, and into soul imagination. Then engineering is understood to be a combination of arts and science. Engineering is understood to be a combination of arts and science. Arts to an extent that we can imagine a structure, though it's not done, it's not even designed, but we can imagine a structure, what structure could be. That's a part of art. And when we analyze that, we calculate on that, we apply what movements are there, what forces are there, and resistances are there. We just work on science, and since it radiates globally, drawing its spectrum from all applied sciences field. Mind works in different way. Mind doesn't work in only one way to calculate or to design. It works in many. It gives many options when you work on engineering. I mean, there's so many options, and you'll find best option for yourself for that work. So engineering is completely complex, and it's defined as such. So engineering is understood to be a combination of arts and science. It's not simply a combination. The combination, many combinations are there of the combinations. Since it radiates globally, drawing its spectrum from all applied sciences fields. So we have to understand like that applied sciences means practical engineering, and applied sciences import many disciplines into one discipline. It's not simply structure then, it relates to material as well, it relates to manufacturing as well, it relates to thermal application as well, it relates to cold application as well. It applies and imports all kinds of, you can say, disciplines into one discipline. So engineering, for example, these days there are 15 branches or more of engineering working everywhere, and it's all engineering means no one can be a perfect engineer, but we are part of engineering. So we can say we're parts and not complete parcel. Now applied science brings in an extremely significant systems based devised world into further broader world of engineering. Applied science brings in an extremely significant system based devised world into further broader world of engineering. What is world of engineering? Broader world of engineering. Actually everything is engineering. If you say everything is engineering. People sometimes say everybody is engineer. Even a bird is engineer. We say that. Engineer means do something, and that's it. You think, if you think it's all okay, it's fine, you do it and see result. That's engineering. Use mind and see result. Use mind first, that's important. If you have some problem, solve it, that is engineering. This problem, you detected that problem, you thought of that problem, and you solve that problem, that is engineering. Sometimes you solve yourself using your common sense or using your experience, or sometimes you refer to some book, you find some formula, you find some solution and do that. So that is engineering. So engineering is not limited to a further sentence definition. It is wide everywhere. Engineer. Imagine how solar system was established. You think this system is not system? This is system. This is such a great system, we have not done anything as such. System works. We are part of solar system. Earth is part of solar system as a planet. You see all planets working. 9 planets in this solar system, all are working without fail. No planet has come down. Have you seen a planet striking with another planet? Or it stops sometime? Have you ever seen some planet stop with the Earth moving stops? Earth stops in one place. Think on. Example is Earth, very big example, just to prove something. Earth is having 2 speeds. You know that. One speed is on its own axis. That is called self-rotating speed, which is 1600 km per hour. Can you imagine that? If you take a flight, international flight, this is around 900 km per hour while airborne. So you are having 1600 all time. 1600 km per hour. Do you feel that? No, you don't feel that even. Means you're sitting on a ship which is very heavy. You don't feel this, it's even stirring, it's even vibrating. You don't feel. And even vibrates, you are in panic. But you are not panic when travel by sea. It always vibrates. That's why I'm saying if you take another speed of this earth, which is its orbital speed around sun, that speed is more than 1.25 lakh km per hour. Can you imagine that? 1.25 lakh km per hour. We are moving, our earth is moving around sun in orbital form, and it takes 365 days to take one orbit around sun, which is called a year. So is that not a speed? You imagine you are having two speeds. One speed is 1600 km per hour, on which you are sitting in fire and looking at sun every day, and other one is 1.25 lakh km per hour. You are in space. Do you have any vehicle which can move today? There is no flight as such. There is no rocket as such that can move the speed. So just think on. As human being, as engineer, as scientist, you think on what scientific work God has done on that. You think God didn't think? God must have thought a lot before establishing this, before engineering this solar system. And what about designs then? It must have been designed. This means there have been some time in past that mathematics evolved, that formula evolved. Only then something I think of. How could these global systems, these planets be constructed? It's not system design only, construction of these. There are so many theories, there are so many things. But as an engineer, if you think, as a scientist, you think, you have to really surprise yourself. How could it be? If I want to make even a house, a small house or a small structure, we have to do a lot in that. We have to take many factors from engineering, from sciences, see many live load, this load, that load, movement, shear force, bending moment, all that we take into consideration. But this is complete system. Never striking with each other, never accident with each other, but still working. See relation. Earth and sun, 15 crore kilometers apart. Earth and Jupiter, 75 crore kilometers apart, 15 crore kilometers, 75 crore, and they are in alignment. They are in truce, agreement. They never fight together. They never differ together. Still constantly working. So what does it mean? This means we are nothing. We are nothing. In fact, we are all boosting engineering, medical, this and that. In fact, we are nothing. We don't even exist to this, purely speaking. Example I give. See, what is weight of water? Weight of water is 1 ton per cubic meter. 1 cubic meter means 1 meter depth, 1 meter length, and 1 meter breadth. If you take cube of water, 1 meter cube, 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, it is 1 ton, 1000 kilogram per cubic meter. And now you say you are standing at bottom of sea, which is 4 kilometer, or you are standing on bottom of ocean, which is 10 kilometers. I know you can't stand, but you imagine at 4 kilometers depth, what weight of water shall be on you, and what weight of water shall be on you at 10 kilometers depth. Is it not a part of thing? Do you think you will exist there? Do you think you shall exist there? Think of 4,000 meters. 4,000 meter depth. This means 4,000 ton 4,000 ton per square meter load on you. 4,000 meters, 4,000 kilometer, 4,000 ton per square meter load on you. Now you are not per square, you are not square meter, maybe you are quarter square meter, say. So 1,000 ton on your body, can you digest that? And if it is 1,000 ton your body here, what about 10 kilometers below? 10,000 ton per square meter means 2,500 ton on your body. Can you tolerate that? Forget that. Even ship cannot tolerate. That's why I'm trying to say something miraculous. Though we call it miraculous, this is not miraculous. This is logical. This is based on calculation, on mind and thought. So now move further. I said architecture is described as an art. Where I was, alright. Engineering is understood to be a combination of arts and science since it radiates globally. Okay. Applied science brings an extremely significant system-based devised world into further broader world of engineering. Okay. Engineering cannot be worked out without involving applied science to deliver products. That we are saying engineering is a must. जरूरी होता है इंजीनियरिंग में काम करना, नहीं तो हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. इंजीनियरिंग नहीं, साइंस नहीं तो हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Engineering cannot be worked out without involving applied sciences to deliver products. Applied sciences ही आगे काम कराएंगे, जिसको हम इंजीनियरिंग कहते हैं. applied science का मतलब इंजीनियरिंग होता है. Engineering cannot be worked out without involving applied sciences to deliver products. Then therefore it is too formal only to constitute engineering into a term profession. बहुत झगड़ा होता है प्रोफेशन पे. इंजीनियर बड़ा कहते हैं ये प्रोफेशन नहीं डिफाइंड है, इंजीनियरिंग में ये नहीं डिफाइंड है. Now what I am saying is therefore it's too formal only to constitute engineering into a term profession, since profession term is limited to an extent its virtual applications are concerned. प्रोफेशन छोटी सी चीज़ है, बहुत छोटी चीज़. भाई हम एक्सपर्ट हैं इस काम में, हम ये कर सकते हैं, हमें ये काम दीजिए, हम ये काम करेंगे, इसके लिए हमने शिक्षा प्राप्त की है. एक बहुत छोटी चीज़. इतना सा कहना किसी प्रोफेशन बना दीजिए. अरे आप तो धर्म मानिए इंजीनियर को. प्रोफेशन क्या है? प्रोफेशन एक धर्म ही होता है. अगर आप कहें एक्चुअली प्रोफेशन क्या है, प्रोफेशन एक आत्मा का धर्म है. वैसा धर्म नहीं मैं कह रहा, आत्मा का धर्म. हाउ यू थिंक, हाउ यू डू, हाउ यू लिव इन, हाउ यू वर्क, हाउ यू लर्न एंड हाउ यू अप्लाई दैट नॉलेज, all is profession. Why should I worry if someone recognizes that? Yeah, there's a worry, legal worry is there, worry of authority is there, worry of, you can say, liability is there, because when you are working in profession, you must be registered somewhere, or you must have some title, and you then that defines competency of where you are doing. For that person is okay, but in real life, engineering cannot be defined. It is too formal only to constitute engineering into a term profession. Since profession term is limited to an extent, its virtual applications are concerned. Look, when I pass my examination, engineering or some other examination, what is guarantee of my learning? My certificate gives any guarantee, you think? Your certificate just delivers some guarantee, you know this much. This gives just a pass guarantee that yes, you can work in this field. That's some. When you have a certain degree, whatever degree, it only claims that you are a competent person to work in that field, nothing more than that, to my understanding. Because certificate cannot work, you have to work. And if you are not having efficiency to work, proficiency to work, inclination to work, soul to work, mind to work, you may not work. Though you may be having 10 degrees, it doesn't matter. Yes, if you work Your degree is given value. Oh, this person is that much qualified, that's why he's working. Why? It's otherwise too. This person is so competent, so consistent, so dedicated, so committed. He's working. Of course, using educational value, educational knowledge. That's okay. But thinking is different. Well, no problem. Go further. As a part of an art, what an engineer thinks is of engineering profession, since engineering is based upon systems only, while imagination being necessary for creation of art cannot be proven. Do you think mind has limit? I think no. Actually, to be frank, mind is a robber. Mind is a cheat. Mind is a raper. Mind is a bomb maker. Mind has no limits. It's a devil, you can say. Mind is a devil. But mind is also about evil, because this mind works positively also, in addition to negative application. So mind cannot be described. Mind can never be understood. Mind is a hidden talent. Mind can be used to whatever level, depending on your own. So, if you say, where is mind? If I say, mind can imagine whole universe. Mind can imagine whole universe. It's not simply question of this branch of engineering or that branch of engineering. Mind actually is one first part of human being. So imagination is your friend, imagination is your competency, imagination of import of knowledge into your mind, and imagination is your power. If you can't imagine, you can't draw a picture. You can't even think. If you imagine, it's your power. If you can imagine and weave it correctly, that is engineering. That is what engineering is all about. It's not simply formula or design or this. What you think is engineering. If you are in thinking habit, you are in concentration habit, you are not solely dependent upon some problem solutions, you can think anything. And you can go to a distance where your friend God stays. That is my imagination. I can imagine what is distance from this planet to star. I can imagine use formula to reach there. You imagine anything? That's image, means a picture in your mind, not drawn, yet it is in your mind. Which picture comes from where you think? From where does it come? There is software working in your mind, and that software pulls that picture from some store, and that store is God. Imagination is also practical. Otherwise you cannot imagine that. If something comes into your mind, may somebody is sending to your mind that is imagination. Or indirectly you can say that is a transmission of information, do it. That's a transmission of information from powerful God to do it. You can't take it for granted. Somebody asks me what I have to do in my life, how I know? This is what you know. That information shall come to you directly without telling you even. But it is you to understand that. It is you to pick it up and see what you have to do. That is imagination. So imagination is first point Everybody imagines, a small baby imagines, a old man imagines, everybody imagines, even sometimes dogs imagine, horses imagine. So imagine is a power actually. Imagination is a power. We cannot take it, oh, this is in the imagination, so you saw this dream. People say like that. Yes, dream is dream. But don't forget, mind does not sleep. It is you physically who sleep. It's you who sleeps, not mind. Mind does not stop working because mind is not human being. Mind is soul. There's a difference. That point I say, I can explain to many hours, but I can't take that time. I have just to close in that and come forward further. So imagination has gone. So when I say, therefore it's too formal only to constitute engineering into a profession, okay? As a part of an art, what an engineer thinks is of engineering profession, since engineering is based upon system only, while imagination, okay, it's okay. Imagination being necessary for creation of art cannot be proven. It's for deliberation purpose only, valid that engineering requires to be defined within ambit of law so that works may be carried out under defined, safe, sustainable controls. That is what is all here. And if you have, I think I'll show you this slide better. Otherwise, all I cannot see in one go. Oh, sorry, hold on. This happens sometimes. You key in wrong button. Oh, come on, get lost from here. Where have gone? Yeah, this problem. Yeah. So, let me see where it was. It was an SD card, I think. Let me see. Yes. Downloads documents. It's not here. Yes, it's here. So I was showing this. So this is that. I'll show it grown up as well. This is that one. Let me see here. Hold on. This is slide number 2. I'll let you blow up so that you can clearly see it. It's not being blown correctly. I have written on this all this in brief, but you can deliver it your way. It doesn't matter as far as it explains to you whatever you want to see or understand. It's just for forward, you know. Try to say if you can further go up. I can't do that further. So now what is the other slide? Slide number 3. Now it's regarding chapters that I have taken in this. Chapters include in this talk. This is here. I will speak to you about these. This is slide number 3. And I will speak that one. Okay. I'll go further now. Better you download from there, I think it's better. Good morning, Mr. Anand. Good morning, Sir Rana. Good morning to all. Now I'll go there and see what I can talk of here. Slide. This is slide now. Yes. Number 3. Chapters included in this talk, this index. Project stakeholders This is slide 4. Legal status of entities. This is slide 5. Major statutes involved on projects. Slide 6. Law usable by engineers. Slide 7. Engineers registration. Slide 8. Her Majesty's prerogative powers. Slide 9. Initiation of Institution of Engineers India, a brief past. Slide 10. Brief about charters. Another presentation. Okay, that's another one. You have already seen that. That's presentation letters patent of Royal Charter 1863 High Court. So I already shown that one. I'll try to connect. Maybe it is connected. I'll show that one. II Royal Charter 1935 deliberation in details. That's slide 11 to 55. Then India Bharat Samvidhan constitutional relevance to II Charter 1935, slide 56 to 74. The II Charter relevance to Indian Evidence Act, slide 75 to 79. Then II Charter relevance to Indian Penal Code 1860, slide 80 to 91. And then conclusions on deliberations, slide 92 to 93. Then it is Government of India notifications, pertinent chartered engineers certification. This is another file. Then presentation ends. Thanks. Slide 94 to 96. So now I am going to next slide. It's only index, so no need of explanation. So this is now another slide, which is general explanations for common reference. Project stakeholders. This is main point. When we do some project, why we call it project first of all? That's main point. Why it is project? What does project mean? This means you are going to reflect something to others. You are going to show something to others. So it's called projection, projector. There's something here, you want to project that somewhere else. To let other people understand, make them aware of what we are doing, apprise them. That is project. So there are so many people responsible for that, liable for that, obliged for that, and legally responsible for that, accountable for that. They are all project responsibles, I should say, or they claim on that project for their rights and their duties. They are stakeholders, but they are not permanent. To be very frank, because no project is permanent. Project means a definition of scheme or a scheme definition for whatever objective or title that got a start date and also got a completion date. Gap which from start date to completion date is called contract duration. Contract duration. That contract duration, in that contract duration, all stakeholders work, enjoy, and once that duration is marked, is, you can say, recorded successfully, then project is termed discharged. Of course, properly ended with, and if there is some dispute on that, that's separate chapter. So what I am saying here is general explanation for common reference. Now what are the parties involved with? Here, involved parties on project often are on sorry, owner, promoter, builder, and user. End user, owner, promoter, builder, end user, whoever. Number two, engineer, architect, other professional engineers, and then contractors, expert on demanded project deliveries. There can be many persons from owner, promoter, builder. There can be many persons from engineer, architect, other professionals, and there can be many people from contractor, expert on demanded project deliveries. But these are main stakeholders. Owner, of course, stakeholder, because owner funds that, promotes that, builds it, and end user, he owner himself could be, or he may sell that product to someone else. So those are end users. End users are customers actually. They are real stakeholders, to be very frank. Engineer, architect, other professional engineers, of course they are, but they are executive category. They are not permanent there. So they are only for duration of project and not for operational stage. And they are contractors, expert on demanded project deliveries. So it's all executive time. Then if you see what is an engineer by definition on an international basis on professional contracts. This is some professional question. You can say it's not easy, but it's not difficult as well. You may say answer is simple and should be responded to by including indicative following elaborations. Again, answer is simple and should be responded to by including indicative following elaborations. Engineer means an engineering qualified and competent professional legally authorized to conduct or carry out engineering activities required within profession, prosecutable both in office as well as in field of operations. I repeat, engineer means an engineering qualified and competent professional legally authorized to conduct or carry out engineering activities required within profession, prosecutable both in office as well as in field of operation. अभी थोड़ा इन दोनों का हिंदी में बात करने जिनके लिए ज़रूरत है. हम कह रहे हैं इन्वॉल्व पार्टीज़ क्या है. जो पार्टी इस प्रोजेक्ट पे होती है उसमें स्वामी हो सकता है, उसका मालिक कहते हैं शायद, स्वामी या मालिक हो सकता है, उसको उस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रमोट करने वाला हो सकता है, उसका बिल्डर हो सकता है, या जो आखिरी में उसको यूज़ में लाएंगे वो लोग हो सकते हैं. फिर इंजीनियर, आर्किटेक्ट, अदर प्रोफेशनल इंजीनियर्स क्यों ज़रूरत है? भाई ज़रूरत है, इसलिए लिखा है. इंजीनियर डिज़ाइन करेगा, आर्किटेक्ट भी डिज़ाइन करेगा और बाकी लोग इस पर काम भी करेंगे, इसलिए लिखा है. देन कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, एक्सपर्ट ऑन डिमांडेड प्रोजेक्ट डिलीवरीज, उसको बनाने के लिए भी कोई चाहिए. उसको हम कहते हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, ठेकेदार भी कहते हैं, जो भी काम करके देना है उस पर, क्योंकि आमतौर पर ठेकेदार ही करते हैं और बाकी लोग कराते हैं. सो आखिर अब कहना कि एक अभियंता क्या है, उसका क्या परिभाषा है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बेसिस पे, ये कह रहे हैं. आसान उत्तर है उसका, आसान आंसर है कि जो निम्नलिखित काम के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी ले, उस पर रिस्पॉन्ड करे, उस पर जवाब दे. और जैसे इंजीनियर का मतलब होता है एक पढ़ा लिखा व्यक्ति जो इंजीनियरिंग की डिग्री लेता हो और उस काम में एक्सपर्ट हो या परिचित हो या उस काम पे आंसर दे सकता हो जो कि उसके व्यवसाय का है. और हिंदी में बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती है खैर. और मीन्स उसके बाद उनके नियम के हिसाब से और अथॉरिटी आपकी अधिकार के हिसाब से वो काम करता हो अपनी अभियांत्रिक वर्क में, काम में, जो कि व्यवसाय में ज़रूरी है, ऑफिस में भी और साइट पे भी, जहाँ भी वो करे। खैर मैं अभी हिंदी में इतना मेरे से होगा, थोड़ा चलता हूँ आगे। Responsibilities that are often entrusted on engineer in profession. Responsibilities that are often entrusted on engineer in profession. थोड़ा पानी पिए, गला सूख रहा है। ट्वेंटी 25 टेम्परेचर है, क्या करें सुबह सुबह। चलो खैर, लेट्स मूव फर्दर, why to waste time. Responsibilities that are often entrusted on engineer in profession. वो जिम्मेदारियां जो अभियंताओं को दी जाती हैं अपने व्यवसाय में, देखें जरा क्या है वो। चार्टिंग आउट feasibility studies pertinent whatever scheme to be projected on desk. Charting out feasibility studies pertinent whatever scheme to be projected on desk. Charting out cost budgetary requirements expendable on proposed or conceived scheme on plan. Charting out feed 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 requirement. Feed 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 means front end engineering design. Charting out project schematic and development drawings. Charting out project schematic and development drawings. Charting out project drawings and documents required for obtaining statutory permits under relevant statutes. Charting out design and working operational drawings or shop drawings. Charting out necessary bids or tender documents for awarding contracts, which may be lump sum EPC or construction only, depending on honor requirement or general convention. Then yes, scrutinizing received bids, both technical and commercial, by owner or directly by engineer on behalf of owner. Recommend to award best bid based on merits drawn from technical and commercial bids. Superintend, supervise, control as designed contract engineer all activities. Contract engineer all activities whatsoever to be delivered by constructor after prosecution of project activities included within a scheme in all respects. Superintend supervision includes ensuring quality and quantity compliance as demanded on bid documents wherever without any concealed concession or with contractually agreed concession. closing contract and taking over from contractor, with discharging contractor free, discharging contractor from prosecution responsibility, delivering completed contract or project to owner or promoter or end user, status of project changes to suit of operation, job of engineer ends at this stage from project viewpoint. Now see how many charting out responsibilities, how many you can say else time responsibilities. There are various responsibilities that I just spoke about. By charting out feasibility studies pertinent whatever scheme to be projected on desk, हम ख्याल ही एक पलाव बनाते हैं भी प्रोजेक्ट करना है, पहले देख तो नहीं करना क्या है. If I do not know what I have to do, how can I move further? How can I decide on that project to think further? So I have to go to field to see how it is applicable there, how best it can be done in that way. This is all speed every time of day. So this feasibility report is very important. So decide about project. This project feasibility report is very important from basics point of view. It can tell us means is it worth to go on to this project or we have to think alternatively for that. Then charting out cost budgetary requirements expendable on proposed or conceived scheme plan. Budgetary requirements means if you do not know what money you require for that project, how much you are going to expand or spend on proposed or conceived scheme plan, you should know it before starting something. You cannot simply start and hold it saying I don't have money. That's not required. Then charting out field requirements, field, front-end engineering design, which is completely technical. It gives you direction in writing what you have to do on this project. Each step you have to write, each objective you have to write, each scope you have to write, each vendor you have to write, expected vendors you have to write, and what government requirements are. This is a very important part. Field. It gives complete design what we have to do. But I don't think it happens here like that. Well, charting out field, then you can say charting out project schematic and development drawings. What are those? Well, we agreed from field that we will do this project. We have this field, we can use it. But you have to find out further requirement. You have to find out some passage of time because you have to start up design office here for this project. This means complete technical backup you need for that, charting out project schematic and development drawings, which completely requires your fundamental knowledge and practical knowledge. After that is charting out project schematic and development drawings, charting out project drawings and documents. Project drawings and documents required for obtaining statutory permits under relevant statutes. The scheme, if it's meant for cities where rural law doesn't apply or where there is no person named as Panchayat in that portion. It says that charting out project schematic and development drawings. Schematic drawings and development drawings, you can say, are two different types of drawings. A scheme gives you in direction only, like a circuit you can say. A circuit just like an electrical engineering works. Scheme works here. and development drawings which are based on schematic drawings and particular Indian law. Then this you can say scheme drawing can be used for purpose of document drawings or drawings produced after complete design and research. And now the charting out project drawings and documents required for obtaining statutory permits, because when you have to start some work, some project in cities or in urban areas, some law of course applies there, and law applies is building regulations. What is sort of building regulations or some other regulations if project is not building, those regulations of course are combinedly studied in professional practice jobs, and these are then further, these sometimes look as if they are not going to work, but actually those documents are so important that can be rooted out, can be dropped. Then you can say, you go further, it is charting out project drawings and documents required for obtaining permits under relevant statutes. So for that permit you have to submit complete package, complete architectural drawings and other drawings, and you can say area calculations, covered area calculations, and research work or provisions regarding fire suppression, firefighting and all that, which is very important part, and that also becomes a part on project schemes and development drawings, and also on this project drawings and documents required for obtaining statutory permits under relevant statutes, charting out design and working operational drawings or shop drawings. Then it is charting out necessary bids or tender documents for awarding contracts, which may be lump sum EPC or C only, depending on owners' requirements of JET. Then it is charting out design and working operations drawings on shop drawings, and before that statutory permits I have talked of. We have to apply for statutory permit without any violation. Then it is 2455. Okay, now charting out design and working operations drawing or shop drawing, because to work in field your permit drawings or your scheme drawings or your development drawings will not determine everything in field, because how to fabricate, how to do some material on site, how to do some whatever, that depends upon engineering design. So that design has to come in form of shop drawings or working drawings. Shop drawing means workshop drawings, where workshop available in factory, in poor locations where our people go to work. Then you can say charting out project drawings, documents, okay, it's over. Charting out necessary bids or tender documents, that's not tender documents, we have to work a lot on that. Tender documents we have to prepare for, a lot of work is done in those documents, because generally a lump sum price for tenders are preferred these days. Lump sum is we are going to pay you this sum as you demand, and we will not do anything else, we will not get anything else. Even you claim that, because lump sum is lump sum, cannot change that. It's given to EPC is lump sum, or it's construction lump sum, or it's, you can say C or C sum. And this has to file this. This very important point. Now I'm taking more points here. If you understand these points, you can describe everything yourself. So next point is saying that charting out necessary bids or tender documents for awarding contracts which may be lump sum BAB, lump sum PPC or C only, depending on honor requirement or general conventions. Now when you prepare documents for contractor or for bidder, you have to prepare all documents. It's not simply statement. You have to give all drawings, all specifications. If you are drawn or not drawn, you have to give those, and all the quantities, because ultimately we are going to suffer. I suffer, you suffer, everybody can suffer in that. So this must completely be given technically, in technical perfection. Technical communication must be clearly understood in those documents, and then comes to financial part. Society there, you can say somewhere in South Korea or North Korea, affects by its management. So society should be free to work. Society should be completely free to work. Professionals should be completely free to work. Only then you can work on details and all those information which are referenced one, which you have to take from for purpose of EPCC only, because even if one item is missing, some information missing, that calculation that cannot be completed. And this happened in past, that due to shortage of drawings or submission of drawings by consultants, people started something there, so they didn't want to waste time. And it is not got no meaning from those considerations. You have complete information, you have time, you do it. This means. Then you go to scrutinizing received bids, both technical and commercial, by owner or directly by engineer or on behalf of owner. So we got their technical bids and commercial bids. You say these bids are technical and commercial, and based on these bids, technical bids, you shall be qualified whether you deserve this job or don't deserve this job. Before even commercial bid is open, you have to pass test of your competency, whether or not you can do that job. Then you can say scrutinizing received bids, both technical and commercial, by owner or directly involving. Then come on to next one. I can say here, scrutinizing received bids, both technical and commercial, by owner or directly by engineer or on behalf of owner. Recommend ways to award best bid based on merits drawn from merits drawn from technical and commercial bids, and superintendent supervisor control. Okay. I hold here because it's technical commercial bid, and then superintendent issues involved, design, contract engineers, all activities whatsoever to be delivered by someone else. Now documents we got technical, commercial, we have to decide about which one is best. On technical capabilities, we will evaluate competency, and once competency is obtainable, we will verify what submissions have been made to us on this bid as well as separately. Those are combined one, and once we got 70% marks, then we can. Okay. Now, next one is superintendent supervise, control as designed contract engineer all activities whatsoever to be delivered by constructor after prosecution of project activities included within then say superintendent supervise, control and designed contract engineer all activities whatever to be delivered by constructor after prosecution of project in activities included with scheme of in all aspects. You think contract engineering is so simple? Never, it's not so simple. Contract engineer is very actually difficult job. Contract engineer. We say contract engineer or we say project engineer or we say whatever. Good morning, Jeet Kumar Verma. Now those who are there. Jeet Kumar Verma, whosoever is there, well, good morning to all men. So, okay, fine. I'm continuing for information of all that about IEI charter, why it's required, how this relates to engineers. I am explaining about some basics of this profession, project and engineering, explaining what stakeholders are and what projects are and how work has to be done. I was talking from this is slide, and there are so many points I recorded on this for explanation purpose. This is now contract engineer has to involve on supervisions or the superintendence, supervision, control, etc. And that too within contractual defined acts, defined contents, defined permissions or whatever to be done in field. That responsibility is taken by superintendent engineer. That engineer is contract engineer. In fact, engineer responsible for plus and minus all liabilities, accountabilities, profit and loss, and in a professional way. Means it's very complicated job. In fact, it's technical responsibility, commercial responsibility, and some other responsibility like happens now. One should be clear about stakeholders and definitions of what activities we have to do. As a superintendent supervision includes ensuring quality and quantity compliance as demanded in bold. Now point here is superintendent or supervisor includes ensuring quality, quantity, compliance as demanded on bid document whatsoever without any concealed concession or with contractual agreed concession. What it says, superintendent supervision includes ensuring quality and quantity. We have bid, and bid is not price alone. Bid is not price alone. Bid is price and quality and quantity and all requirements defined in procedures, in system. That's what is required for a boy to stand and talk about. When we take such type of responsibility, we have to superintend, we have to supervise that. We have to superintend, we have to supervise, and we have to ensure quality. It delivers a big talk. When you say quality, I feel some kind of danger, because quality is the mother of everybody. If you cannot do that, you miss everything. Quality. It's not simple to achieve quality if you do not know quality. Quality must be known. Quantity we know quantity. We have calculated that, and we have, of course, procedurally defined what is quality. Procedurally we have defined, but definition does not mean understanding and implementation. We can define so many things. Do we do that? Questions comes in. We define everything. We have defined this, we have defined that. We have defined a constitution in this country. Yeah, of course. We have defined, whole world has defined UNO. But are they implementing? The question is that, is UNO working towards its responsibilities? Is WHO working to its responsibilities? Or are nations working to their responsibilities? Is America working to its responsibility? Or are we working to our responsibility? All these questions, of course, all these questions raise eyebrows. We are not. Every item is defined, every requirement is defined, but defined, not implemented. Not implemented. Definition is there. It's can be writing. You can write definition. What's the problem? I can write. I can think. You can write. You can think. But when time comes for doing that, that time actually tests. Can you produce quality, or is just one paper's quality, not real quality? Point requires your understanding. Quality is not so easy to be delivered by everybody, every citizen, every stakeholder. Because when you say quality means your attention required, your incorporation required, your contribution is required. But you do not demand that, you are demanding something else. This is your character, public character. What public wants, what public thinks. Quality achievement is not easy. It's actually very difficult. And since quality achievement is very difficult, this means quantity is also difficult. If you cannot finalize quality, how to do it, how to apply it, then your product available is meaningless. If you do not understand, every train comes, there are 4 or 5 trains either following or coming across. Do we think quality exists? If it is not punctual, if it is not successful, if your scheme is not successful, success of a scheme depends upon your contribution onto that scheme. And that's what I'm saying. Quality system is again the challenging to those who do not have any convention for quality, who have quality system written in documents, but who rarely follow that. Rarely. Quality system is not simply a control, it is a philosophical system. This system, if you want to build, you have to involve like that in your areas. It's not that easy, and if quality is not easy, first of all, understanding of quality is not easy. It's not easily understood. You have to read so much about that, and you have to experience so much about that. It's not simply doing by copying and paste. No, it's not that. At every step, you have to define what you are going to do, and if you cannot define that, your worker may not work for you. Your worker shall waste time. Now, quality, as I am talking, is not a joke. We have talked quality in our last videos, quality of systems and quality of controls. So that point here, superintendent supervision, ensuring quality and quantity compliance as demanded on bid documents whatsoever, without any concealed consideration or concession, or with contractually agreed. Of course, you can say quality is a commitment, quality is a determination, quality in itself is a quality, quality of quality, forget quantity, quality of quality, that's most important. Then closing contract and taking over from contractors with discharging contract actions under expenditure. Now, you may say delivering completed contract or project to owner or promoter or end user, and then status of project changes to operation in whatever industrial address. You can go and see. Before going further, I would like to let you understand that engineering is not so simple as we already often understand. You understand that. It's not that simple. And if you have only two yogas, one lived or one reform. Let's now move to some other, you can say, status of project changes to status of operation. Project, when we deliver, we say it is over, we have finished whatever we were given this job of construction or design and construction, we got everything done, tested, done, everything done, and project is changed from name of project to change of say this is too difficult. Then we have to go further. This is actually what we talked is complete management points I talked of. How manage projects. So management works from 0 and before 0 to final completion, and even sometimes to release of warranties. that were points in this. So next is, let's say, next is legal status of entities, bodies, organizations, agencies, etc. Let me open this again and find it for you people. This is, you can say, legal status. I have to understand and tell you. Legal status of this. It's that one. Legal status of this is not here. I can't read clearly. I'll speak from slide, and you can see this. If you download a file, you'll find that legal status. And next is major statutes. Both I show you. Next also I show you. That is both most, I can say, major statutes that refer to so let me finish these two first. Alright, move further. Legal status of entities, bodies, organizations, agencies, etc. Bodies, entities, bodies, organizations, agencies, etc. This legal status in India, Bharat. Following status pertinent entities or bodies is acceptable. What is that? Following status pertinent entities or bodies is acceptable. Well, actually I have another slide file also which is having voice, but that is actually very heavy in a sense. Let us try if I can use that file. It's not that easy because that is very heavy. Maybe I missed this video because of that. Let me try if we can use it. That's of course that was actually this heavy file. It's about, I think it's 458 MB, and this I'm talking to you is about 2.46 MB, and that is you can say 4. Well, I have read 458 MB. If I open that file, means it will maybe crash on the file. I'll show you later on that one. So we talk on this one. It's very heavy, you can say. Around half GB that file is. So it can even crash this video. I won't take this risk. I'll show you end that one. So I continue on legal status of entities, bodies, organizations, agencies. What's that? Constitutional status, then chartered status, then statutory status, then registered status, non-registered status, personal status. How many steps? Constitutional status, chartered status, statutory status, and registered status, non-registered status, and personal status. These are points you have to bear on. Easy or difficult, we see. Easy or difficult, we see. Constitutional status. Authorities defined or named within Constitution of India, Bharat, such as President, Vice President, Parliament, Speakers, Chief Justice of India, Prime Minister, CAG, Election Commissioner, Attorney General, etc. These are constitutional status authorities. Means these are all authorities defined or named within our prime law, that is named Bharat ka Samvidhan, the Constitution of India, which names positions as President, Vice President, Parliament, Speakers, Chief Justice, Prime Minister, CAG, Election Commissioner, Attorney General, and many more. Many more I am not calling to take all. We can see then chartered status. What is chartered status? This was constitutional status because these powers, these positions are mandated within the Constitution of this country. Other than this, there are so many constitutional statuses which can be defined and can be used personally or for something else. We may say like armed forces, like you can say panchayat members, like you can say MPs and MLAs. These are all constitutional status. Like ministers. These are all constitutional. I have just defined a few, only just named a few for reference only. You can see, I have already explained Constitution at length. You can see that and understand yourself. This is for general knowledge, because you must know what purposes, what designations, where it lies, and what is status of that one. Just for example, I say something as leave this position, citizenship, for example, I am saying, what is citizenship? What is citizen? A very, very, very small but very powerful question. We simplified on citizen, but citizen is powerful position in Constitution. Number one position is Constitution is citizen, because Constitution is made by citizen. Constitution is given by citizen, to citizen, by citizen, for citizen. So citizen is top in the Constitution. There is no separate definition. Citizenship is defined. You can go through that. Citizenship is Article 5 to 12, and in Article 325 to 327, where votes are defined, election is defined. So citizen has been defined as in two very big explanations, but our system speaks something else. It doesn't support those who are poor, it supports those who are riches, and can then force them out. I have it done, you stay today with me. It stays like that. So next is chartered status. Chartered status. Citizenship is, citizenship is constitutional status. So don't worry, your citizenship is constitutional. It's not ordinary. but citizenship here is gone. Chartered status. What is chartered status? Now, as I explained in Indian old law, this ministry was chartered in 1833, law ministry. Old law ministry, not this one. I'm talking that there was no government at that time. The government started in 1919 and then 1935. But I'm talking 1833, 1833 में हमारा जो देश का नियम मंत्रालय था, कानून मंत्रालय था, वो चार्टर्ड था 1833 में. उसको चार्टर्ड मिला था राज करने के लिए. ये उस वक्त की बात है. If you go to site of law ministry, you will find that there is some prescription as such. Then pre-independence स्वतंत्रता पूर्वक, not applicable now. Alright, so these were, you can say, these were chartered bodies like ministry and you know whatever is saying. Chartered status. Institution of Engineers India was chartered in 1935, is still existing and functioning, and various high courts such as Bombay High Court, Madras High Court, Calcutta High Court, Allahabad High Court were also chartered status, and some of them are still in chartered status. Then Institution of Engineers ours, and possibly others, I am not sure. But this is unique body. Technically they can do something, but this itself can do something. Like, I want to arrange a party here, come on, I want to do that. On that basis you may say that this is statutory status, not constitutional status. Statutory status. You may say, well, chartered status, chartered status, which is best one, which is I think better than even constitutional status. And chartered statutory status. Let's talk of statutory status. Whatever body or agency, that has been established and constituted by whatever specific act, which act legislated by either Parliament or State Assembly, such as namely Bar Council, Medieval Council, Development Authorities, municipalities and rural, you can say rural administration, or you can say legislative by either Parliament or State Assembly or legislature, or you can say either Parliament or State Assembly, or you can say such as namely Bar Council, Medical Council, Laboratory Council. These councils are all statutory, and some are of course constitutional, whatever is defined there, but mostly are by statutes, and these are Bar Councils, Medical Council, those doesn't exist at the moment, but development authorities also statutes. Municipalities by name, and police in municipality in general is constitutional, because municipal rights are there according to constitutional provisions. Police is also statutory, and that's so we can say all those forms and documents that person is responsibility of. So what I say, whatever body or agency that has been established and constituted by whatever specific act, which act legislated by either Parliament or State Assembly, by Now come on to registered status. Registered status. Registered status means whenever body or agency that has been established, provided privately, when some body or agency has been has been sleeping, whatever body or agency that has been established privately by forming and constituting associations or societies duly registered under provisions of Societies Act 1860 or others entities such as registered under Companies Act, whether it is alive or it is sleeping or it is not existing, until it is kept on registration. Thus so, just so its status as society or association, even though highly religious is there in the age. Okay. Now, there are so many examples of these registered societies. You can say all these institutions which are not chartered, many housing societies, many other bodies, NGOs who are not having their separate. Come on to now non-registered societies. All other bodies or persons constituting body whatever are under unregistered category and personal status. All those activities under personal involvement which without being registered anywhere or no registration at all. It's private, it's personal status where you do yourself without any legal reference and you something. Example, you are a shopkeeper or you are a telewala or you are something, you have no record, nothing. Those people are also respectable. They are on low profile. It doesn't make any difference on humanity. So these are classifications that I told you. Then we go to next one. I think it's a legal status. And legal status, this is major statutes that are involved, as I showed you that slide on projects being. This we are going to talk. It's very important slide. Major statutes. Statutes means laws that are involved on project being. Major statutes that are involved on projects being done on projects being well. We will see how many statutes are there which are applicable to this. Let me just blow up this. Okay, I can read better. I want to. I'm not. Yes, these are major statutes that are involved in projects, and this is. Let me show you again if you can read this. I want to show you directly. That's my intention. Otherwise, I can show you here. Again I show you is better because let me see if I can show you better than before. I don't think it will work. Okay, no problem. Land acquisition statute. Land acquisition statute for greenfield schemes. Land development statute for greenfield schemes. Now, greenfield, when I am talking, it gives another question. It is another question. What is greenfield? Greenfield and brownfield, what are those? Because when this word has come up, you have to understand that before going further. Let me read first all these which I have written and explain one by one. Number one is land acquisition statute for greenfield, land development statute for that greenfield, Institution of Engineers India, Charter 1935 for regulation of engineers and engineering profession by authorizing engineers as well as directing engineering profession. Architects Act 1972 for regulation of architects and directing its profession. Then Indian Contract Act for formatting and constitution of contracts. Constitution of contracts. Indian Contract Act for formulating and constitution of contracts, including incorporation of FIDIC standards into contract body, and safety, health and environment regulations for public and individual safety, that is OSHA, occupational safety and health. It's called accreditation, ASTS accreditation. Yes, I have been delayed there. When it comes to that, as I said, Architect Act and say Indian Contracts Act formulating constitution of contracts, including incorporation of FIDC and safety, health and environment, OSHA, and quality regulations for delivering quality system, managed product whatsoever, and after that, maintenance of peace on project regulations, avoiding site general disputes. Now, maintenance of peace on project regulations. Maintenance of peace on project regulations, avoiding site general disputes. Then all relevant national engineering codes. National engineering codes, also international engineering codes, both are required. Then warranties, you can say, then both are required. Yes. All international warranties and guarantees, regulations for long term and expensive items used to be included. Warranties and guarantees, regulations for long term and expensive items used to be included. Then relevant bylaws and regulations for related project activity requirement. Relevant bylaws and regulations for related project activity requirement. Then Service Tax Act or VAT or now GST for regulations for ST recoverable from engineers and contractors. All acts related to workforce, all act related to workforce including all subcontractors workforce. Then bank regulations for bid bond, performance bond and budget finance bonds. After that, relevant bylaws, warranties and guarantees, regulations for long-term and expensive items used to be included. Then relevant bylaws and regulations, and after that, you can say relevant bylaws and regulations for related project activities, requirements and service tax, etc. I said all acts related to workforce including all subcontractors workforce. These are very important. Then all acts related to workforce including all subcontractors workforce. And then bank regulations for bid bond, performance bond, and budget financial management. Indian Arbitration and Conciliation Act, 1996 for resolution of disputes and disputes adjudication board, management in line to FIDIC, an international body for standardizing contract agreements. Then Indian Evidence Act for charting fit and perfect documents. Municipal Act for application of management respecting required statutory permits. Development Authority Act, Urban Arts Commission. Environment related acts, ASI means ASI means okay. Then Indian Evidence Act for charting fit perfect documents, municipal acts for application of now after Indian Evidence Act, municipal acts for one is and I say Municipal Act for application of management respecting required statutory permits, Development Authorities Act, Urban Arts Act, Urban Arts Commission, Environment Related Acts, ASI, Fire and others for application of complete management, respecting research municipal act for application of management respecting required statutory permits and Development Authority Act, Urban Arts Commission, Environment Related Act ASI, whose annual income whose annual income more successfully, by Development Authority Act, Urban Arts Commission, Environment Related Act SC, or ASI, ASI 5 and others. Sometimes files codes for application of complete management respecting required permits indicated in all 64 official approval windows for major mega projects, and this also I'll explain them one by one. That's important one. Explanation is more important. So it's already 2 hours 30 minutes. Who's this guy? All right. Let's see how it works actually. Okay. Land acquisition statute for greenfield scheme. Now, what is greenfield scheme? When you have to start work from scratch, nothing is available, nothing on site. Maybe it is forest, it's deserted land, or it's reclaimed land. Nothing exists there, which is complete new project on new land. No ownership of that, nothing, no ownership of train or fellows, institutions, all. There is nothing available, and you have to start complete on that. It's called green field, and where everything is available, but you have to upgrade that or to maintain that. That is brown, you can say. That's green field and yellow field. Then we say, if you want permission of that land, you need lot of size. You cannot get so easily. It's not even tens of hundred, it's not even thousands of hundred. You need lot of funding on your home. So these two things. Acquisition of land is very tedious exercise. Of course, they cannot refuse it. Refusal is not accepted because in public interest, in national interest, land is to be acquired for projects. Not from commercial interest, not from some industrial interest. In general public interest, land can be acquired. You can see population, article plus land acquisition that applies there. State land acquisition, state can also acquisition land, but no one can refuse that as far as compensation is satisfactory. Compensation is satisfactory, and that's more important from seller viewpoint. Is if you are getting more money, you'll certainly sell, but you can't stop acquisition. Funding or price can be a question mark, and this is good for new projects. Sometimes what happens here, why So, complexity. Complexity in that. Mr. Dictatory with two Babu joint. Okay. Now we explain about these acts, these games. Examples are, for example, you want to install a plant in some forest, in some wood, near sea, somewhere to work on onshore, or you want to rig oil from seabed. All these are different types of projects. Importance lies where onshore projects. Onshore means projects that you can say pump out raw material or crude oil from sea below and send it to refinery for processing or further processing in various refineries, plants. These are all green work or greenfield work and brownfield work both. Complete work is done there because sea is a must there. If there is no sea, there can be no plant, nothing. That's very important point. We use these plants, these facilities, spending billions of dollars. Every country which deal with them, they do it. And these are very big processes plant which cover square kilometers, many square kilometers for one item, and then there are so many plants. For example, there's one refinery, which is the original refinery that trades your crude oil into refined products, to gas, to LNG, or to petrol delivery system. Whatever byproducts are left, that byproducts, for example, some gas, ethane, or some other propane or some other gas, those products are further, those are called byproducts, waste products you may say, but these are further required to be recycled to better products like you will say ethane or ethylene. Ethylene, ETHYLENE, ethylene you can say, which is used for LD, LDPE, MDPE and HDPE products. That's low density polyethylene, medium density polyethylene, high density polyethylene. Such products which you in your language, in your world you call them plastics. These are all actually problem creating products involved. But these have been used from these projects which are called greenfield and brownfield projects. You are getting plastic pipes, you are getting so many, types of plastics in your homes, in market, in factories. These are all byproducts of petroleum. Hydrocarbons which come from seabed. There are certain rocks below sea which are shales. They are called shales. SHAL, shale rocks, which are porous sedimentary type rocks. That means these can absorb fossil fuels within them. Something specific I'm telling you. This is not part of this discussion, but just for explanation purpose, I'm trying to tell you how projects are generated. All these oil producing countries, they are, it may be USA, it may be Gulf countries, it may be Middle East, or wherever, even ours, some KG basin. All these are, exploitation of natural wealth. Fossils. From what fossils are? We should just 1 minute discussion. What are fossils actually? You see, we have two parts on Earth. One is solid part, that's continental part, and one is sea part. And there are millions and millions of creatures in sea water. Whales, shells, and so many, you know, that are considered. Those, of course, die. They generate their colonies in sea. All these creatures, big and small, and they die there. By their death, their body converts to some other elements in water. Due to many chemical reactions, fossils are produced, and these fossils are converted to fuel oil. That's hydrocarbon based oil, because hydro means water is there, and of course carbon is there. In fact, it's everywhere. So hydrocarbon products, these are, which use crude oil, petrol, diesel, etc. And then byproducts, which I just told you, are plastics. All are adding to earth pollution. Though these are indispensable products, we cannot live without them as well. Can you imagine to live without petrol, diesel? Yes, there may be a time in future, but as of this day, we cannot imagine that. If you imagine that, you stop using petrol, diesel. It happened in this epidemic, in this pandemic, in COVID-19, that America had one day gone down minus to sell petrol. Means you can take petrol free. There was a declaration: if you collect this barrel, I'll give you so many dollars as prize or as reward. And yesterday, even the price was $11 a barrel. You think, if this economical consideration is there, what's happening? How world is behaving? Means there's a drastic change, though it's instant. It's a dangerous change as well. If something that priced 133 couple of years back, $130 a barrel, if that climbs down to 0 or 11 or 30, what does it mean? It means economical demand or economical killing. I have access there. To the access I can't sell. My problem is I cannot store it. I cannot preserve it. That's my problem. All American tanks are full. But exploitation, exploring continues. It can't stop due to certain reason. It can't stop. This means where to keep this. It's not something you can drink. You can't fill in bottle and eat it. That's the reason price falls, and all these are worried. Now there is no car, no truck, no bus, no industry, no flight, nothing. Oil is not being used and consumed. Different world for few weeks. It's a different world. Created world by God. God tried to teach you a lesson, but at what cost? At your economy lost cost. Economy has dropped permanently during this period. One way it is right, other way it's wrong. I'm just trying to translate this talk to something else so that you clearly understand how profession and economy and engineering works. Project works. Imagine this continues. What shall happen? If this continues for a few more weeks, these riches, these countries like America, like Europe, like GCC countries, Middle East countries, who used to boast of their economy, that we are very economic power, we are superpower, we are indispensable. What happened to them? This means these countries just use their resources for their benefits. Not original countries, but depending countries on such items, such products as petrol, diesel, gas and weapons. This drastic change has attacked them. COVID-19 may stay, may not stay. They are now stopped worrying about that. In fact, they are worried about economical reopening. All Europe is in problem. They are thinking how to live in future. America, so big country, so powerful, is thinking how to live in future. They are worried about money. They are stopped. They think let people die, no problem. How shall we do the economy? Now think if you start now to live another life. So okay, we don't drive all vehicles, we don't use all flights, we bring down to 1/3 use or 1/5 or 1/4 use. What shall happen to these countries who are self-designated superpowers? I don't think a different way. That's why I was thinking just little for a moment how to link this to this different contemplation to this, because this relates what economy is, how it works with projects, how it works with engineering. Maybe you don't realize it, but fact is this is happening. This is happening. There's a big question mark because I've gone through all the news. Horrifying. America is horrified. Europe is horrified. Fact is that. Money. People are dying. Fact is that. And this also fact, whatever news coming in is only 20%. 80% is hidden. Nobody is telling. But still, economy is sitting on everybody's head. Economy indirectly is dominating this scene and directly talking of COVID. You think COVID is over? Not at all. COVID-19 has not even started yet. It shall show its scene in coming time, but everybody started talking economy. Talk to Johnson, he's back to job. Talk to Russian Putin, he's back to job. Trump is already on job. And don't ask about ourselves because we are nowhere in picture. These Americans, Trump is worried about money, but many governors are not worried about money. But later on they also start about money. Oh, how shall we take money? Euro, 27 and 28 countries including England, horrifying. What shall we do if this continues? Where is funding? In 2 months funding has gone. You see their status. Just in 2 months funding has gone. They are riches, they were riches, they were scientific, they were technical. Because they were selling weapons to whole world. They were utilizing petrols to get money. This means originally they are nothing. They depend upon natural resources to sell them. Boeing or your Airbus, its chief executive officer was interviewed. 30% already we have downed. 30% the staff we have already reduced, and we are going to do it more because we can't move like this. Think of these who play in billions and billions and trillions. This means all are hollow. If they don't have wealth, they are zero. They exploited earth, they exploited everyone, and they came up. Ask farmers who exploit no one. They work hard in sun, in cold, in hot. Ask them. They would tell you what is work. Ask poor who works in mining, who works in factory, who works in industry. Ask that person. He will tell you what hard work is. These people produce machines, weapons, aeroplanes, and make money and live comfortable life. Now, they are thinking of economy. On one side they say, we help whole world. This means there is a wrong tally between left hand and right hand. One side there is science, one side economy, one end is manipulation and one end is logic. This is complete adherent matrix which does not speak for itself. That's very means I just wanted to include this instantly, that there should be some additional link to our talk which you think of. We cannot stick at one point as a brown field or green field. Why field is there? Question is that. If one side we say environment pollution has gone to some extent, Europe says 45% reduced. So what do you want? You are reading our pollution, you are reading your pollution. You are saying in the sky at night we see train or satellites are seen with naked eyes. Yes, so what do you want? You want to make it or you want to delete it again? You got something naturally. You want pollution free, half pollution free environment. Now you want to achieve it or you want to repollute it. You have to decide. Decision is there, yours. It means nature is telling you something. Nature, teacher for everyone, is telling you something. Modify your standard of living, modify your style, or else I am there to kick you. Forget virus. Virus is a deception. This is action by God that I believe. Through some medium, God will talk to you. So God is talking to you through virus. What we could even think only for decades. Pollution, pollution, pollution. G20, this 20, pollution. This Europe is conducting meeting, we are conducting meeting, they are conducting meeting. Nature did it just in 2 months. Just in 2 months, a drastic change on earth. You think it's automatic? You think it's by virus? Whole world has been captured. Whole world, 200 and more countries have been captured. You think it's virus? I don't think so. Virus is a medium only. Not even world war, whole countries could be captured. But in 2 months, that power has captured you using some medium which we do not know till now. Which forces are there? Which army is that has captured entire world? And not only captured, tortured entire world. Not third degree, highest degree. And that torture still continues. And it's reaching to every part of world. And people are not able to understand how to handle it. That is what is power. God is stating clearly, change yourself or I am there to change you. What shall we do now? In future, in coming time, everybody would remain scared. Oh, I don't want to shake hand. I don't want to stay in crowded bus. I can't walk. I can't go to a crowded place. I don't attend marriage party in this way. There shall remain many such points. Everybody keep off someone. Even if you travel by metro or by someone, oh, you can't go in crowd. Crowd is not allowed. This will happen. This means there is a drastic change, and you may say there is a quality change. Of course, crowded, boggy, crowded metro or distance management metro, you are calling social distance or whatever distance. Distance is distance. This means you have to change everything, every act. Mentality is required to be changed. Your thinking of only money has to change. Our corruption means money making. Corruption is spread like a disease all over the world, not only in our country. Yes, our country is master in corruption, but others too are no different. Corruption everywhere. Go to whatever part of world. You shall search, you shall discover. One way or other way, corruption exists. Because what? Because of what? Because of greed, because of avaricious nature. Everybody wants to make money. Everyone wants to make money. Without money, there is no GDP. Without money, there is no status. And without money, nothing. Money has been made such a weapon to buy everyone. Means they have been unbalanced, in equilibrium in relation to money and health and wealth and character. Health was made so expensive for normal citizen, unimaginable expensive. I could not afford that. But we forget, all countries forget, that health is an essential requirement. Just like knowledge is requirement, just like development is requirement, health too is a part of development. Knowledge means education is a part of development. And on top of that, movement of society is a part of development. And if you don't consider that, if you loot all that, unfortunately, we are no different in Bharat. We have not considered humanity equally. This is unfortunate. I don't understand. I don't know how shall you people take it. But I would simply say you are also responsible citizen. You have to speak. If you can't take care of your poor people in this country, who shall take care of that? You can't think of those people who are downtrodden, who are poor, who work for you people, who work for this country by their blood, by their sweat, and you don't value them, but you value those riches who use these people and get riches. Just think of how these got riches, these top riches. They boost themselves and we boost for them. Why? Why should we boost for them? What they have done? They are using our bank money. They are using our cheap workers. They are abusing our wealth. And they are getting up. And what government does? RBI does. They forgive, they write off their loans. Whose loans are they? Whose money is that? That is my money and your money. Who is bank to write off this loan on command of government? Who is bank? Who is government? What authority government has got to write off loans of these big people? I am calling big because they are big robbers. And my poor worker has to suffer. I have to suffer. because that person is getting rich because of me and I have to suffer. Unimaginable. This is what should not be done. I hate it. It's my money. It's my tax. It's not government money. But government is forgiving their taxes, their loans, they're excusing them. Why? This is a part of quality system. We don't have. Why should they be awarded? This is an award to those robbers. They award them. Your loans are gone, finished. Thank you very much. You took loan from us and looted us. And my poor person has to suffer. I have to suffer. Because country doesn't have money, my interest rate is going down and he is earning a lot by robbing bank and I had to lose my interest rate. And government is doing obligation. We are reducing interest, buy more loans for homes. They forget that while you are reducing rates, some person who fixed money in bank, his rates are also down. So you are cheating one man and helping another man and supporting that robber at top who ran away from this country. Is this quality of governance? You cannot act against those people who are robbers and you are asking public give more money so that you can give more to your friends. This is where I stand against government. I don't understand your mind. What do you think about that? This money is not government money. This money is public money. If that person runs away, you charge that person and get hold of that person. Why do you excuse those loans? Why do you write off that liability? This means it's better to be a robber. Because my loan shall be excused, but for a farmer, for a small person, you act legally. Very critical question I am asking. It's a thundering question. And if you cannot ask this, you are slave. If you cannot open your mouth, your mind, your eyes, you are slave. Simple speaking. You want to remain slave of government for what? For what? If government does not know its job, it's not my fault. We install government for what? For solving problems. No other purpose. We don't want to see face of ministers, no. World requires solution. We don't want to manage ministers. We want solutions by intelligent people. But no, it's not happening. I was surprised to see people, our founding people, our laborers, our workers. I give them more respect than a gazetted officer. Believe me. For me, these workers are much more important than IAS. Because IAS does not give anything to country except problems. But these workers give me houses, give you factories, give you industries, because if they don't work, can you take that work using IAS? You cannot take that work. These people build nation because they are very cheap in economics. That's why you are using them. You pay them as England is paid. England pays something to their workers. Same thing, America pays to workers. Can you pay that sum? You will never pay them that sum. Here you are paying little sum and they are torturing them. On what basis? You think book knowledge is okay? Only English is okay? or administration is okay. These people are nothing. Just imagine these people are not there. These workers are not there. They are not existing. Can you get your house built? Think of. If these workers are not there, can you get your manufacturing done? It cannot. Why do we treat them like that? As if they are nothing. They are laborers, they are working class, and you are white collar, you are posh. This irrelevant quality system we have to eliminate from our management system. And that is where contribution of engineers are required. Unfortunately, our engineering strength slips. I don't know why. I've not seen posting by any engineer on Facebook or somewhere else that could speak in favor of these people who were thrown out by these factories and industrialists, and indirectly to say by government, on road to suffer by walking hundreds of kilometers. It's complete inhuman act done by government and by those industrialists and factory owners who indirectly suggested government not to let them go home because we need them back once lockdown is opened. This is tacit understanding between government and those owners. This is really inhuman. This is devil act. This is devil act. This force is our force. Without them, we can't do anything. Without industrialists, we can do a lot. If there is no industrialists, we can run this country, no problem. But if these people are not there, we cannot run this country. If industries are not there, technology is there, don't forget. Government can do its own. They can do industrialization themselves. Why to depend upon these people who are robbers, who take our money and go and run away and never come back? And we forgive them? Is not criminality? Do you not consider it as a crime by government? It's a crime. It's white crime. I don't need that kind of system of quality in this country. This is a part of quality. You excuse them for what you are excusing them. You hang them better and confiscate everything from around world what they have. But no, you won't do that. You'll impose on taxes, impose on more taxes onto public. Why? Why do our millions of engineers keep silent? They respect government or they respect their working class, their workers, whom they respect. Remember, engineers, you won't be there if these are not there. You won't also be there. Society is society. I am very serious in this manner. Very serious. I don't like it. If you do not respect human, you are not human, simple. You have to respect human, if not 100%, at least 90%. Yes, you can punish him 10%. But for what? If you do not know planning, it's not my fault. If your ministers don't know planning, it's not my fault. You are installed there to do work for us. You cannot say no. Whatever action you take according to requirement, according to quality system, and that quality system demands that you should be prepared first. You required complete preparation, which you missed. Is your fault, not my fault. Why did you miss it? It's your problem. But you will not accept that. That's not the problem. Why don't you accept that? And I'm talking to those people. To those people who have locked their minds, there are some people who usually lock their minds and they don't think analytical way, and that is my getting upset. If you are educated, well trained, you are a professional, and if you cannot speak, you have fear for everything, what sort of professional you are? What sort of professional you are? And if you are what sort of professional, and there's a question mark on your capacity, how can we expect that we will get profession move? And that is the reason that we are not getting quality in this country in any field. I'm not finding any quality anywhere. You can say, good morning, Mr. Dell, Detari, Mr. Gulam, Mr. Cheryl, all welcome. Now, I included this sandwich discussion for a reason, because every talk should be clear. You should get my message. Okay, it's charter talk regarding something, but this charter is responsible for engineering, and engineering is responsible for quality, and quality relates to economy, and economy relates to nation. Economy means engineering, means development. If there is good development, there will be good economy. If there is no development, there is no economy, and there is no quality, there will be no product, and there is no product, which you are nowhere. So it's complete chain, complete circuit. That's why I just took a few minutes to think of. So I did not have this mind to, because when I was talking something in my mind, how every country is playing with this COVID. They're not worried about COVID now. They were worried till last week. Now they are worried about money. Yes, money. You can't die just for 2 months. You worked for decades and centuries, and you don't have money. Yes, there's a shortfall now. You have to help people. You didn't help people. Italy was sleeping, and Italy blames you, EU, all you. Oh, you did not support me. What can I do? You are not my friends. There's a dispute among EU itself. 27 countries are disputing internally. And America is disputing internally. American governors are not with American president. There's difference of opinion. And you know what American president thinks? He thinks anything, he talks anything relevant. There's no control on his tongue. And our same, both. World is not knowing what is happening. They are just dreaming. They only dream. Now, families have changed also, and they have to change. Those kids who were kept away from home, just reached home for sleeping and eating, they are staying with their parents. There's no difference, and somewhere there is difference. There's no interaction, somewhere there's interaction. It's happening in Saudi, it's happening in Arab countries, it's happening somewhere else, that they say life has returned to, but they are not talking each other because they are not used to talking as such. They are not used to talk as such. And some countries are freely thinking, some are thinking, don't take it seriously, some are taking it seriously. Ultimately, world is one way or other way affected. And no corner, no country of world has remained untouched. Even Brazil is going to be intensively affected. Bharat shall start affecting now, because we are not testing and we are speaking, nothing is happening. See, we are deceiving whole world. We are lacking in test, and we are just saying nothing is happening. Very easy to say. It's same thing anything. Don't study documents, don't study anything and say there's no problem, everything's okay. Self-deception. How long shall it work? We did that in January. America did in January, February. Italy did in January, February. Despite having a warning from WHO, nobody cared. Remained ignorant. I'm not blaming one or other, I'm blaming all. Today, I don't find a single leader in the whole world who can be called a competent one to deal with this kind of pandemic. Not even a single leader in the world. All are laymen, to my understanding. Leadership is absent in the world. I gave a proposal regarding raising temperature. Maybe people took a joke. Well, I sent to the White House also. I don't know whether they opened that or not. I sent same URL of my video to White House 3-4 days back. I think 3 days back. Maybe I think that department is closed or what. I don't care for that. But question is, when something is not known, solution is not known, you have to try something for better. And that is what we learn. That is what we learn in engineering. Engineering particularly, how to find solutions. Just sitting and thinking leaders will solve this problem, then you are in blank world. These are political leaders. They are not professionals. How do you expect them to solve problems? They are efficient in creating problems, not solving problems. If US President can say, you use disinfectant, people drink it. You know that. Because President is saying something, some people tried it. See the degree of responsibility of that President. You think President should speak like that? Because that President cannot remain silent, maybe due to personal habit, or he has to come in picture somewhere. Many times he said that. Later on he said, oh, no, I was joking. I was sarcastic. I just delivered a joke. See, it's a joke for him. It's a joke. What sort of people we have in this world? Unfortunately or fortunately, you have access to a position at top, and you are showing this kind of responsibility, this kind of disposal of responsibility, your job duty. First, you are not responsible, you do not care, you ignored it. You said nothing has happened, nothing shall happen. I am then something happened, I am Corona President. And now you are saying, you are joking. You are interested in opening economy. Okay, that's fine, you open economy. You say, no, you cannot keep closed forever. But open, reopen, it doesn't mean that you have solved problems. Actually, we still do not know how this COVID-19 operates. Forget solution. Still we don't know how does it operate. The solution is distant. One country, maybe as in Belarus president, Sweden president, they don't worry about this. Simply forget about this, enjoy life. Go and play football, go to club, take this, drink that. Every type of persons we have in our home earth. Now I am talking globally, I am not talking for our country alone, because this is global problem. And when God is working for whole globe, He is attacking whole globe. So we are all here to suffer. We cannot isolate ourselves now. No country can isolate to deal with this problem for other country. And that's good one. At least integrity is coming back. Integrity, how to think in unison, how to care for others, it is happening. Many countries now helping. Italy, same thing. France sent doctors, and we send our doctors to Kuwait, and similarly many countries are sending to each other this and that. Means that's a positive development, you can say. It's a good development as far as humanity is concerned, but that's not final. That's also politics also comes into play there, which is not accepted. At least it should not come into play, at least in this instance of COVID-19. But lesson learned is very important. What lessons do we learn? That is very important. And that's we have to think for future and improve our standards. That's very important, which we still are not ready to change to that level. We are not ready. I'm sure we are not ready. And that's why I wanted to extend my submissions to you regarding what is to I didn't bring this question till now, this proposition till now. You know why? Because I thought no need of that. But now when pictures coming in, it is, I think, two professionals in world, two professionals, this engineers and doctors. They are number one as far as what is dealt with. You have to accept this point now. Health is a must. Even though there is no wealth, but health is a must. It's right of everybody. If no health means you cannot survive, you have to die. So health and development both are interlinked. If there is no engineering, nothing can move. And if there is no health, nothing can move. Health requires hospital, building, equipment, everything. Who can give that? Engineering can give that. Of course, funding is required, there's no need, but professionals I'm talking. Professionals of engineering, professional field of medical are on tier 1, top tier. If they do not standardize themselves, if they do not work to some agreement, to some formula to lead world in these two spheres of life, there is nothing and nothing can happen. These are primary professions, I can say today. People did not realize it in past, but in fact there's corruption in that, I don't deny that. There's corruption, there's commerce, there's malpractice. But even then, these are exclusively powerful professions which can move world. We have rethink, we have to refound ourselves into that system which would take shape in future. All others are secondary, means all others secondary, and management and administration and whatever else are secondary. If we have these solid professions, countries can move, and particularly our country lacks this standard. We don't have strength, potential in medical, we don't have potential in engineering, means we are far behind. We are far behind. Of course, others too are far behind. Country like America surrendered to COVID-19. Already we have lost more than 2.5 million people, 2.5 lakh people, 2.5 lakh people out of 3 million cases. This is official, but I think it's only 20% news, so you can imagine what has happened. And coming time is not good for us, because we have not done anything till now. We are only self-praising, nothing else. Nothing has happened to our country. You are comparing to Europe, you are comparing to... Why are you comparing? What is necessary to compare? How can you compare to these countries? Europe is very small. America is very small. Whole Europe is 54, 55 crore people. Whole. America is 33. If you combine two, just 90 crores or 85 crores, we are even more than that. And we are not well equipped. We are not well equipped. Till now we are not equipped. We have no solution. Lockdown is no solution at all. It did not stop cases. Till now you can see it did not stop cases at all. Thriving. This means we should be worried. But we are praising ourselves. Oh, we have done this, we have done that, we have saved lives. Where we have saved lives? Just deceiving statements, cheating statements. One should be free at this stage. That at least at this stage don't lie. Why you worry about government? Why you about seats? Means you are not concerned about public in that case. You have no money for poor. You have no money for poor. You have money for riches. You wave their 65,000 crore, you wave their loans and you are giving 500 rupees to poor family. What scale is this? I think it's a question mark. And public, particularly engineering public, must consider this. Why to support riches and why not to support poor? I know nobody cares for poor when question of life comes, but as a human being, I have to speak for them. They can't speak for them. They walked on road, I was surprised. They are very strong. Today I realize they are much, much stronger than you and me. They are our assets for future. They are assets for engineers, for factory owners, for nation. They cannot be thrown away like this. I should say they should not agree for jobs again. I would simply suggest them. I have posted also. These workers who have been abused, who have been maltreated by government and by factory owners in factories and industrial interests, they should not accept these jobs at existing conditions. They should demand more from them. Guarantee of everything. Accommodation, food, salary. They must demand. Don't join like slaves. You are starving already. You are suffering. Okay, no problem. Let them suffer now. Let this industry suffer now. Let this factory owners suffer now. Let government suffer now. Let public suffer now. You deserve suffering. You pay to them. Compensate them. Who are you to treat them like this? Because they did job. They needed your job. That's why you did that. Okay. Run your factories yourself. Bring people from America. Bring people from England and do your job. What shall you do? This is where engineering lies as well. Economy in engineering, requirement engineering, risk management. This is a risk. If they cannot speak, they cannot write, because they did not go to school, they didn't go to university. But don't forget, university is not important. School is not important. English is not important. Writing is not important. Work is important. If they don't work, you are zero. If they do not work day and night, economy is zero. They work for factories, they work for industries, they work for real estate, they work for every construction work. And if they stop working, of course they will not have money, of course. But what about you? What about national economy, macroeconomy? It shall go to ditches, to drain. And you boast about GDP, imaginary GDP. These people are GDP. These people are not white collars. These people are blue collars, clear collar, real collar. We are deceptive collar. Oh, sit in offices, work on computers. We are deceptive ourselves. We deceive nation. Work from home. Okay, work from home. Can you work from home for construction? Can you work from home in factories? Can you work from home in industry? Do it. We have to be realistic. People blame them all. And this government has amended all laws related to them in favor of industrialists. Shame on that. And now giving a tip of 500 rupees. Another insult to these people. Another insult. You think 500 they deserve? Is it? 500 to take. Just like, a rich man gives to his beggar, some driver, take this 500 rupees. This is really big insult. You are insulting hard workers. technicians, foremen. You are insulting whole technical team, technical crew, who doesn't know how to write, how to speak, how to express, how to read document, but they know process. They know process. They know everything. And if they are not there, you are not there. Only same explanation I will give again and again. So we have to open our minds and our eyes and everything. And if we do not do that, we will die. I'm telling you, we shall finish our autonomy and everything. It's my request to all, forget government. Forget what they are saying. You have to save these people. If these people are not there, you are also not there. They can work, they can live in their farms with little earning, they can live, they can grow for them and live. But what shall you eat? They are workers, simultaneously they are farmers. They can grow for them and eat forever. Okay, they will not earn more, but for them food is not a problem. For you it will be a problem. From where will get food? Forget industry and forget everything. What shall happen to you? And what shall happen to those riches who depend upon them? This is a question mark of today. I don't care for courts, I don't care for government, I care for public. This is about half public. Not workers, their families are also linked. This is the main mistake this government has done. This is the main mistake court has done. They ignored them and they will suffer. You cared for those who can work from home. You cared for those who are middle class, who actually do not stand in sun even for 10 minutes. You cared for them. You brought them in flights. You sent them luxury buses. You did everything for these people. You did not give any water to drink on road. Forget buses. You charged them when buses were used. Don't you feel something? Are you stoned? Don't have humanity angle in your mind, in your heart? Shame, really. I feel shamed that I have living in such society which has no heart for poor, only heart for those looters, for robbers, for looting ministers. They have hearts for them, not for their real members of family. Unfortunately, this is happening. No need of proof, this is happening. People are just appreciating government for what I don't understand. What is reason they are appreciating for? All organizations are appreciating for what I don't understand. What is the reason you are appreciating? What we have achieved you are appreciating. We are killing our nation. We are destroying our people. And you are appreciating. If a person who is old, who is having no money, if I am in that place, if I have to walk for 500 kilometers to reach my home, what shall I feel? Can you imagine? You can't imagine. Because you do not think for them. You think for your family, you think for your wife, your kids. You don't think for them. You never fight for them. You never cry for them. You just thump those people who are corrupt. You only thump on their feet, their back. But you never speak for these poor who are actually always they were busy in making you rich. Can you pay 10,000 rupees to a mason a day? Can you pay and make your house? You are paying how much? 500, 600, 700. Okay? He stops working, what you do? You do yourself? Yes, you have to do yourself. You have to. This is what British do. This is what Americans do. They don't have workers. When they are free, they do small work for their house. When they are on vacation, they go and do small wall work of parapet of the balcony, or they use tile work on their bathrooms of one wall or two wall. Shall you do? You are staying in bungalow, on villas, in apartments, with brave pride. Oh, I have this, I charge a block, I have a 35 crores flat. Who gave you that? You say, my own money. Yes, from where you got that money? You must be having some work. I want to say is that don't just isolate yourself. You are interlinked with all. We have to change this system. We have to respect everybody. But we did not respect them. They are standing in queue as if they are beggars. They are begging for food, and only NGOs are earning food. Government is sleeping. Nowhere government, nowhere. Shame on to this government and shame on to our public. We are sitting on television to see Ramayana, Mahabharata. Shame on to us. What purpose seek at this time Mahabharata, Ramayana? Is there some purpose? We know that. Strange. I really feel upset with that. I wanted to express my mind, and this engineering community, engineers, so genius people, they are behind someone who is doing nothing for this country. They don't consider their people. They are mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, civil engineers. This force walked a road belong to that profession. You use them. I did not see any engineer on road to help them. I did not see. Sitting locked down. We are inside. They are not human beings, they are outside. It is your force that they are outside. You force them to go outside. When you don't have food, what shall you do? When you don't have water, what shall you do? How shall you live? That's a question mark. If I don't have food to eat, what can I do for me? That's a question mark. This charter power is relevant to this. If engineers cannot think, this II charter is not for engineers alone. It's written institution of engineers, but engineering includes workers. Remember, engineer includes team. It's not alone. If you cannot take care of your resources, what sort of leader you are? What sort of manager you are? This is your resource. If your car breaks, what do you do? That's your resource. If your compressor breaks, what do you do? If your batching plant breaks, what do you do? If your machine breaks, what do you do? This is your resource. You maintain that or not? You run here and there and solve that problem? No. This is not your resource. Means one who can fight with you, you help him. One who keeps silent, sitting innocent, you will not help that person. I today find that those people working in Arabians, Egypt, Syrians, or other countries, Lebanese, Palestine, they are much better than our engineers. Yes, they treat them too badly, but they help them also. They do both. They take work from them, but they treat them well also. They help them when the help is required. But we are not doing that. We are not doing that. It's unfortunate. Well, it's already late. I'll continue this talk, very important talk. I just wanted to tell you at least, change your mindset. No politician will help you. No one. You have to help yourself. These people just want seats, nothing else. They don't care for people. They don't care for anything. They just care for themselves. And that's unfortunate, in fact, in this country. Well, I'll now close it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll take copy and thanks you all. Sometimes it isn't working. Oh, what happens coming in group? Why? No, okay. Alright, thanks all. I put here.